We welcome you to Fight Night in San Antonio. Not too many better stops on the TCL circuit for a twin bill in Texas in the Alamo City. First up on our Friday night double dip, it is the Dallas Enforcers taking on the defending champion, Philadelphia Smoke. And good evening once again, everybody. Welcome inside our Merit TV Sports Studios alongside the boxing broadcasting trailblazer, Claudia Trejos. I'm Justin Shackle. We welcome you to our TCL Team Boxing League doubleheader here on a Friday night. Claudia, so happy to have you here joining us, the crew, for our Week 10 coverage. And I know you've done it all. And you've been to the ends of the earth and back covering our terrific sport here, the Sweet Science. But I do not think you have ever seen it in this iteration here with the TCL Team Boxing League. This is different.
I've had the pleasure of seeing a lot of the participants on TCL, and I love it. I love the format. It's very exciting. If you didn't like this last round, don't worry. Just the next one is going to be that much better. So all in all, it's just perfect format for all blown out action.
That's because every round feels like the last round. And you're joining us at a great time because, look, the playoffs, they're on the horizon. We can start to see them here, and several teams need to make a move. We take a look at our action here and our matchup for our first two teams involved tonight. Philadelphia, the defending champion, and Dallas, they are a combined 7-1. But Philadelphia, they're going to get active here. They only have 3 matches under their belt. Rashida Ellis has been a standout, but you're going to see this team get busy over the next several weeks.
And that puts them in a very good spot. And it could be a very double-edged sword. It could be a very precarious situation because they have been out of the game for so long. That time actually allows fighters to recoup, to regroup, to make the adjustments. But let's be clear, inactivity is the #1 enemy for any athlete, and the Sweet Science is not an exception. And in this case, they're trying to play catch-up, and now they're going to go 3 dates back-to-back, 3 weeks back-to-back. Now let's talk about exhaustion. Let's talk about just between the training and the regular life, that could take a toll on any fighter.
And they're going to test the waters outside of the East Division because you take a look at their 3 matches. 2 against Boston. They were victorious over the Butchers several weeks ago by just 1 point. They also have a win over New York. Now they're taking on Dallas, a team out of the Southwest Division who is in first place. They're 4-1, and Dallas has done a nice job rolling through the regular season to this point. They had a big win over San Antonio back on May 16th. They've had 3 weeks to kind of sit on it, get rested up. Now they're going to be going through the latter portion of their schedule. They won at 232 to 217 as we take a look at some of the action led by the former African champion Jack Sambiaku, who did a terrific job against Corey Cadd.
I like that definitive just 1-2. They're not getting very sophisticated in their combinations. They keep it very short, and that's the name of success. Keep it short, sweet, and concise because you only have 3 minutes to make a statement. And
Jordan Jackson doing a terrific job as well. You're going to see him in 2 rounds tonight, including round number 23. If it's close, it'll be interesting. He will certainly be involved as Dallas comes in again at 4-1. It has won 2 of its last 3. So we take a look at the latest TCL standings. There you see Dallas in second place in the league. Las Vegas, of course, 5-0. They'll be in action tomorrow night as we head to Miami. But focusing our attention here to tonight, it's the Smoke, it's the Enforcers, 2 teams that have had terrific first halves to the season. They are about to lock horns in a matter of moments over at Boeing Center at Techport. Here's a look at the launch round fight cards for you. And I tell you what, Philadelphia is stacked right in the top 3 rounds. Shira Patricio, Rasheen Brown, Rashida Ellis. They are a combined 25-2 for the Philadelphia Smoke. But when you take a look at some of these standout performers for Philadelphia, Rashida Ellis, former Olympian, decorated athlete, and she's having a sensational season in her first year in the TCL.
There's something to be said about pedigree. There's something to be said about the amateur record. This fighter is used to being weigh-in 20 minutes, an hour later, right into the ring. She knows exactly what is required to close the deal, and that is definitely a round to watch. Rashida Ellis knows exactly. Let's not forget who her brother is, Rashid Ellis. Highly competitive, very aggressive, and definitely a come-forward fighter, and she follows right into his footsteps.
The argument could be made that Rashida is having a more impressive season than Rashidi here in TCL Team Boxing League action. So we'll see her for 2 rounds here tonight. Round number 3, round number 22. Let's go ringside over at Boeingport at Tech Arena for Bubba Jenkins, third member of our broadcast crew. All right, Bubba, we laid it out there. Launch rounds, they're stacked with talent, both sides. I think Dallas has the quality depth, and Philadelphia probably has the top talent. How do you see the launch rounds here, and what stands out to you over these first 8 rounds?
Well, everything stands out to me, to be honest with you. I mean, we got the Philly Smoke versus the Dallas Enforcers. A lot of it's going to be a lot of matchups where you got to get a second chance going. So I'm looking at it as, you know, coaching adjustments and second chance opportunities. A lot of these rounds that you open up, like in the launch rounds, you'll see them again in the money and sometimes in the middle rounds. But I'm mostly excited about what I would call the mascots of the matchups. We got Jesse Hart being the heart of the voice of the team in Philly, and then we got Osundario with his cowboy hat and his wonderful smile on the Dallas side. So they're going to match up, and we're going to have some fun with that one. And I talked to both of them backstage. They're excited about that matchup, and so we're going to look forward to that right here in San Antonio.
All right, Bubba, pleasure to catch up with you here. We look forward to you throughout the broadcast, especially highlighting that big 175-pound matchup later on in the middle rounds. Yeah, Jesse Hart and Ambabola Oshundero, they are arguably the 2 standouts for their respective teams, but you're only going to see them in 1 round tonight. So a win is going to be up for grabs there. Bragging rights on the line. You don't have a chance to come back and redeem yourself. You got 3 minutes, and then you're done. We have a break. And then when we come back, we are going to meet both teams. The Philadelphia Smoke, the Dallas Enforcers, they will make their ring walks. They will be introduced, and then we will get the action started. Rounds 1 through 8, the launch rounds. They are coming up next after this.
It's fight night in the fight capital. Vegas brings the heat. Rise. First up, the Phoenix Fury takes on the hard-hitting Miami Assassins. Then, a slick LA Elite team battles the league-leading Las Vegas Hustle. Keep your gloves up before your luck runs out. Phoenix, Miami, then LA, Vegas. Tomorrow night at 7:30 on Merit TV.
When Balance of Nature came out, it intrigued me not just by what it is, but by what it is not. Patients began asking me about it. Hey, doc, have you tried this? You know, I'm just curious about it. And I thought, you know, understanding what it is, I should try that. So I tried it, and it's been a great experience. I trust Balance of Nature because I trust the simplicity of what it is.
Get 35% off your first set by using discount code FIGHT.
It's really been a gift having Mom live with us, but as a nurse, my training told me she needed more help than I could provide. So I connected with a place for Mom. My senior living advisor understood our unique situation. She quickly recommended communities and set up tours. A place for Mom helped us get to a decision. And now, Mom is so well cared for.
Talk to an expert senior living advisor today at no cost to your family.
Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing League. As a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. Friday evening on the Riverwalk. Doesn't get much better, or does it? The action about to pick up inside Boeing Center at Techport in San Antonio. Let's get it going as Dallas meets up with Philadelphia. Here's Patrick Creighton.
Fight fans, welcome and thank you for joining us at Boeing Center at Techport here in San Antonio. We'd like to thank the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, along with the program director, Greg Alvarez, for hosting our event tonight. We'd also like to thank our sponsors, Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, Balance of Nature, Serenity Springs Recovery Center, HotelPlanner.com, Tim Smith Spirits. Let's meet the Philadelphia Smoke.
Here come the defending champs, the Philadelphia Smoke, at 3-0, and again, they are about to get really busy. They'll next be in action next week against Miami. 2 weeks after that, they take on the currently undefeated Las Vegas Hustle, who entered the weekend at 5-0. They came off a 1-point win over Boston back on May the 17th. We talk about the top-tier talent that they have. They have Jesse Hart obviously in for one round, but the three fighters you will see for them over the first 3 rounds, they are as good as any in their respective weight classes in this league.
From Coach Ron Dove's Philadelphia Smoke. Multi-time national champion, 2024 U.S. Olympian, bantamweight Shira May Patricio. Featherweight Rasheen Sugar Sheen Brown. Multi-time national champion, 2020 U.S. Olympian, featherweight Rashida Ellis. Lightweight Francisco Cisco Kid Rodriguez. Welterweight Kadir C4 Albright. 2016 U.S. Olympian super welterweight Paul the Punisher Kroll. Current U.S. Air Force member, middleweight Damian Tenerello. Heavyweight Joey the Tank DeVenko. Multi-time national champion, former Team USA member, featherweight Jasmine Big Jazz Hampton. Lightweight Yeyere Castillo. Multi-time national champion, former Team USA member, super lightweight Brianna Carrera. Welterweight Isaiah Duke Johnson. Super middleweight, the new Ray Robinson. Former USPA and NABO super middleweight champion, light heavyweight Jesse Hollywood Hart. Cruiserweight Cody the Punisher Russell. Heavyweight Conja Don't Blink Nathan. And their opponents, the Dallas Enforcers.
The Dallas Enforcers entering the ring at 4-1. This is also going to kind of kickstart a period where they're going to be tested. Look, they've beaten up on the teams that they've, are supposed to beat up on. They have 2 wins over San Antonio, who comes into tonight at 1-4. A win over winless Houston. A win over a team in Boston that many are wondering who exactly they are at this moment in this season. So Dallas at 4-1, taking a step up in competition tonight against the defending TCL champions.
Former Texas super middleweight champion Tony T-Mac Max Dallas Enforcers. Bantamweight Alexis Moniz. Featherweight Randall Kennedy. Featherweight Sarah Klick. Lightweight Avron A.J. Graham. Welterweight Deontay Brown. Super welterweight Mauricio Bad News King. Middleweight Adolph the Wolf Stevens. Heavyweight Kenyon Walker. Featherweight Kia Reed Redmond. Lightweight Jack Sambiaku. Super welterweight Nadia Perry. Welterweight Adrian Salazar. Former Chicago Golden Gloves champion, super middleweight Jordan Action Jackson. Light heavyweight Abimbola Space Oshundairo. Former world title challenger, cruiserweight Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. Heavyweight Eric Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats and give a warm welcome to Air Force veteran Robert Carter as he performs our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? Ladies and gentlemen, Air Force veteran Robert Carter. Sir, we thank you for your service.
Robert Carter starting us off on a Friday night doubleheader at Boeing Center at Techport. This is a fairly brand new venue, opened a little over 3 years ago. It's already seen some world title fights under its roof. San Antonio native Jesse Bam Rodriguez has defended his titles there a couple of times already. Now it's playing host to some TCL Team Boxing League action as we get going with our doubleheader tonight.
In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, multi-time national champion, 2024 U.S. Olympian, Shira May Patricio. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Alexis Moniz.
And we are underway in San Antonio. It is round number 1 as we start off our launch rounds. Glad to have you with us on this Friday night doubleheader. Justin Chaco, Claudia Trejos, and Bubba Jenkins with you as Philadelphia and Dallas go at it. 2 of the top 3 teams so far in the 2025 season.
And right there we see Alexis starting off the action, but don't sleep on Shira May Patricio. This is a family that all siblings fight. The roots are really deep into boxing and all combat sports. Not only that, but they eat, sleep, and breathe combat sports. And they're from Filipino descent. And we know the kind of talent that comes from that island. And right there, precisely using that clinch to go into the body. Right there, working the soft part of the rib cage.
Patricio grew up on Hawaii, and now she's living here on the Big Island. And she has really opened up some eyes in her rookie campaign here in TCL Team Boxing League. 3-0 record so far.
I like her composure. But Alexis is really starting the action, and this is one of the most important parameters, assertive aggression. And Alexis is taking advantage of that, even though Shira May Patricio is really working on the counter-punching. But he who hits first hits twice. Or in this case, she who hits first hits twice.
Good right hand landed by Patricio. If you're unfamiliar with the scoring, a TCL event is made up of 24 individual 3-minute rounds. Fighters get in the ring. They have 3 minutes to impress the judges and earn points for their team before the next round with different fighters begins. And judges award the winning fighter a standard 10-9 score for a decision. Also a 10-8 score for when a fighter records a knockdown, or a 10-7 score for 2 knockdowns or a stoppage. So those points are added to the team score, which you see at the bottom of your screen. You get all that, Claudia?
Yes, of course. I've been following you for a while. Ooh, nice uppercut.
Look at
right?
that.
Oh, that was a low blow.
Look at the work from Moniz to the body of Patricio answering back.
I'm telling you, Moniz is not taking anything for granted. She understands Patricio's not one to be left alone. That's why now she's fighting on her heels, but she started off really well. Now in the last part of this round, she's got to close tight. In my non-official card, I see Moniz up by a hair because she's been the one that's handling the rhythm of the fight, ring generalship, and obviously we talked about assertive aggression.
I do wonder how the judges view the last 30 seconds or so, because Patricio was coming forward with some solid aggression and some nice combos and lands.
Well, Justin, if we split that round in 3, we understand that it was Moniz who took the lead in the first 2 minutes, and then Patricio just had a little hard time starting. This is where you definitely see how Moniz is handling it. It was nice, sharp uppercuts into the body.
Let's get the judges ruling here for round 1.
Round by the score of 10-9 in the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Shira May Patricio. Philadelphia leads 10-9. This round brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round 2 is in the 126-pound division. For the Philadelphia Smoke, Rasheen Sugar Sheen Brown. And for the Dallas Enforcers, Randall Kennedy.
So a pair of featherweights begin round number 2, and Randall Kennedy for Dallas in the red trunks. He's making his 2025 debut against the 16-2 Rasheen Brown. He's built up a nice career here in the TCL. And Claudia, you take the first 3 fighters here for Philadelphia. They have a combined career mark of 25-2. That's some serious talent.
Yes, it's a lot of talent. But here, it's more how decisive you are. We saw in the first fight how Moniz actually took advantage, but it was those last seconds that filled the eyes on the judges. Now I want to see how that pattern follows through with this second round. The talent is talent, but you got to be very decisive. You only have 3 minutes, like we mentioned in the very top of our broadcast. You have to be very, very decisive. Make a statement as you walk into the ring. It's taking a little too long. The first minute is gone, and we were just talking. Very little action right now.
There's no stretch to feel one another out.
Yeah, no.
Got to get to work.
Immediately. And not everybody gets a second chance. Not everybody gets that opportunity to make the adjustments. Beautiful long jab, not quite accurate.
Well, file away of what you're seeing right now, because these two are scheduled to face off in round number 24, the final round of the night. Philadelphia trying to stay undefeated tonight as they face their first opponent outside the East Division. Again, 2 victories over Boston, 1 over New York City. And there's been a whole lot of downtime in between those 3 matches. This has been the least active squad in the TCL thus far.
Yes. But they're going to be playing catch-up in the next couple of weeks. Actually, like 3 weeks back-to-back, nonstop. I don't like the fact that they're taking too much time, maybe thinking that this is, you know, adjustment period, taking advantage that they do have a last round, but they have to understand that this result does affect the whole result, the whole scoring. So they need to be a little bit more assertive.
And Rasheen Brown sticking up that right hand. He had won 14 straight matches before losing a split decision to Boston's Abraham Nova back on May 17th.
You were to think that by now he would understand that he needs to walk in, close the gap. The gap has to be closed. I love that jab. Beautiful long jab with a nice cross, but there's very little accuracy. He hasn't been able to find his distance. And to say the least, we're 10 seconds away from closing this round, and I have yet to see a good punch.
It's going to be a tough round to score due to the lack of action.
Really? That's what you got? A smile and really? I want to look at that jab again, because it is a beautiful jab, and if he was able to close the gap, look at that. It works like a nice little whip, and if he really did close the gap, it would have caused some serious damage. But no accuracy.
You wonder if he thought he could just win by jabbing.
Well, yeah, if you connect.
By a unanimous decision by the score of 10-9 from the blue corner and the Philadelphia Smoke, Rasheen Sugar Sheen Brown.
Well, it's that jab, even though he didn't connect. I don't want to see this punch stat on that.
Our third round is in the 126-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, multi-time national champion and 2020 U.S. Olympian, Rashida Ellis. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Sarah Click.
Well, Sarah Click made her TCL debut On May the 16th, she won 2 rounds over Janasia Morandine, and now she's going to be facing Rashida Ellis for 2 this evening.
Talk about zero fear. Sarah Click, I've had the opportunity to see her in the ring, in the powerful Trigon, our wonderful BKB partners, and I gotta tell you, she has absolutely no fear. Look at that. A little bit lack of structure, but she's starting, closing the gap, walking into Rashida Ellis's space, and Rashida, as the mature fighter that she is, just sitting right there, waiting for Sarah to walk into her punches.
And Rashida so far over the first 40 seconds knows that she can probably outbox her opponent, but what you're saying, Claudia, Sarah Click fearless. She's gonna try and stick to her game despite walking into some shots.
Yeah, right there. That overhand right is going to do some damage over Sarah. And very well placed, right into her face. I can see a little knot on her right eye. Is that overhand right going in like on cue? On Sarah Click's left eye, I should say. 1-2, basic 1-2. And that half step, beautiful. Nice boxing under Rashida. There's a reason why she is undefeated this season.
Rashida gaining more and more confidence here as the seconds tick away through the first half of this round number 3. She's had her way with a 33-year-old from Orlando.
Yeah, she's already fought high-level opponents. That's why she can stay right there. Hands down, there's a lot of confidence as she's finishing the second minute. Look at that.
Oh,
Just
man,
right
look
there.
at these combos
Beautiful.
from Rashida Ellis. Now Click covering up. And the referee with a watchful eye here with just under a minute to go in round 3. Could Rashida Ellis be sniffing a stoppage here? Thunderous left hook landed on Click.
And you saw she went from very little action, just making sure she had her distance, walking into Sarah's space, closing the gap, and it's that half step that puts her right there in range, connecting with such precision. And I have to give a lot of credit to this lady because she really, really understands pacing and just right there, right in the spot, not overdoing it. When the combos get too long, then you open yourself for a nice counter punch.
It's pacing, it's precision. The timing is there for Rashida Ellis. And you wonder what Sarah Click is thinking. She has 3 more minutes to go with Rashida Ellis later on tonight.
And you can see already, there's a little knot on her eyes. And I'm pretty sure she's very happy right now to have this round ending the way it did because she took a beating. Let's take a quick look. It was very basic 1-2 until she got into the rhythm. Justin, this is a fighter that understands I don't need to rush her. Just take my time and systematically completely obliterate her defense and just smother her.
By unanimous decision, 10-9 in the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Rashida Ellis. Philadelphia leads 30-27. This round brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 4 is in the 135-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Francisco Cisco Kid Rodriguez. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Averin A.J. Graham.
Averin Graham, 28 years of age in the red trunks for Dallas, who finds itself in a 3-point deficit here. Graham, in his 3rd season, he's been one of the top performers in the TCL's existence, a career 23-7 fighter. Let's get to know Averin Graham a little bit better.
Growing up at the time, I was a kid, so I didn't really realize if it was a hard life or an easy life. My mom raised me by herself. There was 4 of us. We moved in with my grandma. I was always just by myself, but I always loved to fight. I started boxing when I was 21. I was knocking everybody out. When I fight, everybody's excited. I'm just having fun and winning.
Follow AJ and the Dallas Enforcers live on Season 3 of TCL Team Boxing League. Weekends on Merit TV.
Graham so far 6-2 in 2025, but he's coming off a pair of defeats against Dante Randall, looking to bounce back against the young 21-year-old out of Atlantic City, Francisco Rodriguez, who was a part of this championship squad last year. Claudia had a match on a DAZN card in April in his hometown. In fact, his home resort. Francisco works at Caesar's Palace, and they were the host hotel.
He
for
didn't
this
have to
fight.
go too far.
He got the win. Took the night off as a security guard at Caesar's, picked up a win next door at Boardwalk Hall, and then he rejoined the Philadelphia Smoke.
And now he's doing what he needs to do right here. But I got to give a lot of credit to AJ Graham. This is a guy that has 30 professional fights in regular boxing. Nothing replaces flying hours, and you can see his counter punches, perfect timing. Francisco Rodriguez walks into his punches, and we're in already 2 minutes into this round, and he either picks up he's picking his punches, he's trying to create traps, but Graham is just allowing him to walk in and connect beautifully. Uppercuts. Look, this type of experience, using that clinch to just contact into the body, to the soft part, that comes with experience. You know, is it allowed? Well, maybe not. But dirty fighting happens all the time, and that only happens when you know what you're doing. When you're in the right angle when the ref doesn't see it. See what I'm saying? Right there.
If you can get an edge, you're going to take it. Absolutely.
And that's where you see Francisco Rodriguez going a little bit chaotic. Now is the ref taking control of this fight. But nothing replaces experience. I like the mobility. There's like that double jab, pumping it beautifully, but there's no damage. There's no contact.
These two will meet up again in round number 21 later on in the money rounds. There you see Mbembola Oshindairo with his cowboy hat on. Only member of the Enforcers that routinely wears the Stetson. Interesting.
Well, maybe we should implement it.
Yeah.
We are here in Dallas.
Let's enforce it.
Yeah.
You get it?
Mandatory. I think it'll look good on you. I'll get you a nice belt buckle.
I'll do it.
There you go.
You got to fit the headset over it, though.
It's okay. We can fix it. We can put the hat over the headset. How about that?
There we go.
Our first judge scores this bout 10-9 in favor of Francisco Rodriguez. Our second judge scores this bout 10-9 in favor of Avron Graham. Our third judge scores this bout 10-9 for the winner by split decision. Out of the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Francisco "Cisco Kid" Rodriguez.
That was a close call.
Philadelphia leads 40-36.
That was a very close call.
Round 5 is in the 147-pound division. For the Philadelphia Smoke, Kadir C4 Albright. And for the Dallas Enforcers, Deontay Brown.
So Philadelphia has won the first 4 rounds, and Claudia, all 4 of those matches will take place again later on in either the middle or the money rounds.
Good, especially this last one. I think AJ is going to take an opportunity to make adjustments because this was a very close fight. I did not want to be a judge.
Deontay Brown trying to make a move here for Dallas, who finds itself in a 4-point hole. Brown's in his second season, 23 years of age out of St. Louis. So far, just 2-5 in his first TCL season. He's dropped 4 straight rounds as he takes on Kadir Albright, who's still searching for his first win in 2025.
He's 0-3 for this season. There's got to be a lot of pressure on him right now, especially when you're that tall. And a lot of fighters, when they're that tall, they tend to fight small, and they allow others to smother them because it takes a lot of space in order to throw a jab.
And Kadir Albright stands at 6 feet 1 inch. That's very tall for a 147-pounder. He's in the white trunks.
Yeah, welterweights usually walk around between 5'9", 5'10". We had, odd ones like Oscar, who's tall for that division, where he started at 147.
Good answers here from Deontay Brown. 2 above average welterweights in terms of height, matching up with one another here.
Yeah, 6 feet and 6'1". But that 1 inch makes a big difference. But when we look at records, even though Kadir has an upside-down record in boxing, we know that he's been around. He's already faced steep opposition. So you can see how calm he is. Maybe not accurate, but he's not rushing it. If you're at this point in the season and you have yet to taste the flavor of victory, the sweet honey of victory, I would be in a rush. There would be a sense of urgency.
Big right hand connects from Albright.
Well, he heard
flush.
me. He heard me.
With less than a minute to go, can he continue to build off a punch like that? Now he tries to work to the body.
But there's got to be a follow-up. That's the problem. You land a big, big haymaker, but then what's next?
Outside of Rashida Ellis, we have not seen Philadelphia, despite winning every round thus far, put together quality combinations.
No. And even Rashida started slow. But when you're 6'1", you should be able, and when you have that kind of experience, you should be able to enter in there with a lot more confidence. I mean, it's a very even match fight, 25 years old against 23. But come on, the type of opponent that you faced have been of high caliber. I need to see a follow-up in those, that big right hand. It's that looping hook right into Brown's body, but there's no follow-up. I wonder what the judges see.
Let's take a look at what we saw in this round number 5 between Albright and Brown.
Brown is doing a great job at keeping Kadir at a distance. Is that big right looping hook. Nice. But I want to see what follows that.
Of this round, by unanimous decision, 10-9, out of the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Kadir C4 Albright. Philadelphia leads 50-45. This round brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 6 is in the 154-pound division. For the Philadelphia Smoke, 2016 U.S. Olympian Paul the Punisher Kroll. For the Dallas Enforcers, Mauricio Bad News King.
Pair of 154-pounders started off round 6. Paul Kroll for Philly, Mauricio King for Dallas. Let's go to Bubba Jenkins, who is standing ringside with Rasheem Brown, victorious in the second.
That's right. I'm here with Shane Brown and a smoking Philadelphia Smoke right now. They've got the first 5 rounds in hand. And word on the street is, while we're here in Texas, they want Philly to lose. San Antonio's definitely got something to say about what you guys doing in here. But Dallas is a team that they're saying is trying to top you guys off. What do you guys have to say about that?
Now, I don't know where they're getting this from, but obviously that ain't going to be the truth. We 5-0 right now against them. And I don't see no difference. I feel like we're on a whole nother level to them.
They want to humble you guys. So what do you have to say about their humbling? They think that being here in San Antonio, that Dallas can humble you here, and you guys not in your backyard.
Well, I feel like they want to humble us. They need a creative player or something. They need some type of robot. They need a creative player that just nobody they got can beat us. Nobody can beat us. So until then, we won't be humbled.
They're not going to be humble with the 5-0 start right here in Texas. Back at you guys. You'll watch the rest of the action.
That's right, Bubba. A 5-0 start to the launch rounds for the defending champs. Paul Kroll trying to make it a 6-0 start, and if he does, he'll pick up his first win of the season here in the TCL. He's 0-5, but he's faced Boston's Rashid Ellis 4 times, along with making his debut against New York's Lasha Gergiliani, who is no easy out. He has put together some big-time moments for the New York City Attitude.
Paul Kroll is not letting this round go so easily, but Mauricio King is definitely putting a little sauce to his step. You know, sitting to his punches. Just holding too long to throw that left hook. Just a little too long. Right there. Now that nice right. Allowing it to snap.
Came underneath with the right uppercut.
Yep.
Both fighters just a step too slow thus far.
Bad news, King. Trying to look for that number 8.
Left hook, rattling King.
Yep.
That's a clean land for Paul Kroll.
And he walked into it.
And Kroll ready for that left hand from King. Tried to go to the body. Only 15 more seconds to go.
And yes,
counter.
And Paul Kroll, he understands that the team is up, so maybe he's not stressing too much of a point right now, but he allowed King to just walk into it. I want to see that hook that walked in. Never a dull moment. Nice, he walked into it. That's the problem. You left it hanging. That right, he just left it hanging. Now here he took advantage of that timing, 1-2. And then King had nothing to do. But again, the follow-up is key.
Let's see if Philadelphia makes it 6 straight.
You think Kroll had what it takes to take that round?
First judge scores this bout 10-9 for Paul Kroll. Our second judge scores this bout 10-9 for Mauricio King. Our third judge scores this bout 10-9 for the winner by split decision. Out of the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Paul the Punisher Kroll.
There you go.
No argument with the decision. Certainly no argument with the split decision. As Kroll comes away with the victory, his first here in 2025.
160-pound division for the Philadelphia Smoke. Current U.S. Air Force member, Damian Tinarello. And for the Dallas Enforcers, Adolf the Wolf Stevens.
How about this? Damian Tinarello making his TCL debut tonight in 2 rounds against a career 18-1 fighter here in the TCL. Adolf Stevens in the red trunks, Tinarello in the white.
He's only 22 years old, Tinarello.
born in Brooklyn, lives in Berlin, New Jersey, near Philadelphia.
Now, we usually talk about growing into your man body, but his muscularity says a lot about the kind of work that he's put in to get to this stage in his boxing career.
Bubba joining us here for round 7. All right, Bubba, you have an undefeated fighter, a decorated and accomplished fighter within this league in Adolph Stevens, and then you have a fighter making his league debut. What would be your mentality coming into the league for the first time tonight?
Well, I think it's the perfect matchup for Dallas because Dallas hasn't gotten a win tonight as of yet. So, you know, we would like to have a good blood stopper right here, someone to stop the bleeding in Adolph Stevens. And of course, it would be great to have it against someone who's not used to what TCL is, who's not used to the fast-paced, you know, action that Adolph Stevenson has been bringing the entire league and that TCL presents.
Bubba, I have a question. I see lack of urgency. It's only 3 minutes to make a statement. What do you think is happening?
Yeah, I do feel like there's a lack of urgency. And you know, the Philly Smoke teammates and the guys on the sideline, they're really, you know, coaching their guys on. You know, before I was interviewing Rashid Brown, you know, I had to kind of get him over here because he was doing so much coaching, you know, almost a part-time assistant coaching. You know, of course, the voice of Jesse Hart is always going to be yelling and things like that. Philly is really behind their team. It seems like, you know, the coaching staff of Dallas is very good, but I don't see the same camaraderie and backup and support from the other guys on the team. It seems more of a team concept from the champions and less of a team concept from Dallas. It's more individualistic.
Maybe that's the case. Maybe there's the energy is not there.
Well, it's the mark of a good team.
Definitely an energy thing.
It's the mark of, again, team combat league. It is the mark of a good team, a team that has all tasted success. A large part of this team is made up of the group that won the championship last year.
There you go. There's a reason why. But you know, Tinarello's holding his own in front of a grown man with a lot of experience, going back to just the flying hours. There's no excuse. There's nothing you can replace that with. And Tinarello's doing a good job. He's showing absolutely no respect to his opponent now. But obviously, the wolf is in the prowl.
And Tinarello came to win. Showed some good compete there. I think Adolph Stevens is tipping his cap to the 22-year-old.
Beautiful counterpunch right there with that left hook. And, you know, connecting at the same time. I see a lot of talent in Tinarello. He's only 22 years of age with a very limited record, and he held his own.
The winner of this round by unanimous decision, 10-9, in the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Adolph the Wolf Stevens. Philadelphia leads 69-65. Round 8 is in the 205-pound division. For the Philadelphia Smoke, Joey the Tank DeVaco. And for the Dallas Enforcers, Kenyon Walker.
Round number 8, it's going to conclude the launch rounds, which has been dominated by the Philadelphia Smoke. Joey DeWaco getting ready to go for his lone round of the night against Kenyon Walker.
Joey DeWaco coming to show off the kind of experience that he has in the ring in the professional ranks. Kenyon Walker taking advantage of his size, sheer size. What happened? We just started. Who lost the mouthpiece? And we just started.
Walker's got to keep the shield in. Here we go. He stands at 6'2". DeWaco is 1-3 on the year after dropping a pair of rounds to Boston Skyler Lacey when he was last in action on May 17th. Walker, meanwhile, 3-0 in 2025.
These are veterans compared to most of the fighters in the league. And Daweko is one of those that really loves to just punch people and get punched. He has also a very long career in bare knuckle, and you can see that. There's his hands are down. He's just open for whatever comes in. He's willing to take a couple of punches in order to have somebody in range.
That's a trend with a lot of the bare knuckle fighters within this league. There's an element of fearlessness that they have over some fighters who've just competed in traditional boxing.
Justin, when you've already tasted bone on bone, going back to the gloves is like, okay, been here, done that. Cakewalk. But you can actually see the confidence. He steps into his punches and he sits into it. But these are big guys. Do not be fooled. Just because they're not really looking as if they got hurt, every single punch they throw, you can feel them.
Daweko's in his second season. Walker in his third here in the TCL. This is their first meeting, though.
Oh, beautiful. Did you see that? That jab coming all the way down from his thigh. Very well done. Walker showing a little speed right there, closing the gap, going for the body punches. That's typical, going for the dirty fighting into the body. And Daweko taking advantage of the clinch. A lot of people do not understand how much work it takes to stay in the clinch and hold on to the clinch. It takes away a little bit of that edge and a lot of energy.
There's a method to it.
Yes.
Final 30 seconds. Daweko coming in. The rope saving both fighters. It's been all Philadelphia thus far. Has a 5-point lead on the overall team score, 69-64.
Yep. Damien Tenorello showing off his youth and a lot of skill, maybe lack of experience, but I see good future in this.
Yeah, I wonder what type of adjustments we're going to see from him. He's going to be facing off with Stevens in round number 17. That's the type of fighter, based on what we saw, look, he could come out and turn some heads in the 17th round. These two wrapping up round number 8. We'll see how the judges score this one.
And we've come to the end of the launch rounds. Philadelphia showing off the reason why they are the defending champions. Like you said at the very top of our show, a lot of talent there in that roster.
And you wonder if they've sucked the energy out of this venue in Texas as the Road Warriors.
We know something about San Antonio. The fans are relentless.
Judge scores this bout 10-9 for Joey Daweko. Our second judge scores this bout 10-9 for Kenyon Walker.
That's one of them. Come on now.
Our final judge scores this round 10-9 for the winner by split decision from the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Joey the Tank Daweko.
So a split decision going Daweko in Philadelphia's way as you take a look at the scorecard from the first 8 rounds. All Philadelphia. They take 7 of the first 8 rounds here in this road matchup against the 4-1 Dallas Enforcers. Can Dallas get itself out of an early hole where Philadelphia continue to tack them on as we move along? Middle rounds are coming up next as action continues from Texas.
Who doesn't like a good old-fashioned car check?
Get out of the car. How come you didn't stop? I don't want to.
As far as dumb drugs,
I'll give you guys a couple minutes to get dressed.
Well, what brought you guys all the way up here?
sex. It's just plain stupid behavior. I'll see you for Cops Reloaded on Merit TV.
Oh, by the way, you're under arrest.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Philadelphia discovering itself on the road in the Alamo City. They have a 79-73 lead over the Dallas Enforcers as we welcome you back inside our Merit TV Sports studios. Justin Shackle, Claudia Trejos with you. All right, we're through 8. Philadelphia took the first 7. We talked about the talent that is littered up and down this roster, and they are doing the little things correctly while they're in the ring. And what we've learned, they're also doing them as a team, watching on their teammates compete.
You can definitely see the energy is a lot more concise. There's a lot of teamwork when we look at Philadelphia. On Dallas, I see a lot of young talent. I see a lot of promises. And obviously, when we're walking into the second stage of tonight, they better tighten up. One of the things that calls my attention is the lack of urgency in Dallas. They need to understand that they are fighting against the defending champions. They cannot just wait for the round to move on. They're wasting time. That first minute really establishes the ring generalship. So they got to tighten up.
They have to do something extra aside from what got them to this 4-1 start here this season. Let's take a look at the launch round highlights. It's brought to you by The Balance of Nature. And we take a look at round number 3. Look, first 3 fighters that Philadelphia rolled out, they were a combined 25-2. We're talking about Patricio Brown and then here Rashida Ellis, who found her groove early against Sarah Click here in round number 3.
We talked about Rashida Ellis in the background and her pedigree, and she showed that off tonight. This is perhaps the most established fighter. She really established from the first bell coming out, and not only that, but this was a definitive win. There was no question her dominance from head to toes, and the win was obvious. There were other fights that were definitely a good matchup, but Rashida demonstrated why she has the pedigree she has.
And then in round 5, a couple of very tall welterweights going at it. Kadir Albright, Deontay Brown, and some good back and forth action in this one, but Albright able to assert himself, maybe some more accurate punching, picking up a 10-9 decision.
Yeah, we saw that beautiful jab coming in, but just not enough. It wasn't precise enough. And again, we go back to that parameter. It has to be assertive aggression, not just throwing punches. They need to connect.
Here's a look at the middle round fight card. It begins again with round number 9. A fresh set of fighters with Jasmine Hampton, Kia Reed-Redmond. Also, we will get our first look tonight at Yayeri Castillo and Jack Sambiaku. That is a round to watch here tonight, as is Hart and Ocean Dairo. But Castillo and Sambiaku coming up in our second round in the middle round portion, a pair of lightweights going at it.
Let me ask you something. Do you know how to bachata?
9 decision.
Yeah, we saw that beautiful jab coming in, but just not enough. It wasn't precise enough. And again, we go back to that parameter. It has to be assertive aggression, not just throwing punches. They need to connect.
Here's a look at the middle round fight card. It begins again with round number 9. A fresh set of fighters with Jasmine Hampton, Kia Reed-Redmond. Also, we will get our first look tonight at Yayeri Castillo and Jack Sambiaku. That is a round to watch here tonight, as is Hart and Ocean Dairo. But Castillo and Sambiaku coming up in our second round in the middle round portion, a pair of lightweights going at it.
Let me ask you something. Do you know how to bachata?
Come again?
Exactly. That's what I said. Bachata is the one rhythm that everybody dances in Dominican Republic, and it goes directly related to that footwork. Watch Yayeri Castillo's footwork. It is flawless, and I'm looking forward to seeing that tonight.
That's coming up in round number 10. Let's start round number 9, middle rounds. About to get going. Let's go back inside with Patrick Creighton.
Philadelphia leads 79-73 as we go to the middle rounds. Round 9 will be in the 126-pound division for the Philadelphia Smoke, multi-time national champion and former Team USA member, Jasmine Big Jazz Hampton. For the Dallas Enforcers, Kia Reed Redmond.
You hear the Dallas corner?
Yep.
Telling Kia Reed Redmond, make this a fight, be first. We'll see if she listens against one of the decorated amateur fighters for Philadelphia, Jasmine Hampton, now making her TCL debut with 2 rounds tonight.
And she definitely has to be first. As being the shorter person in the ring, you have to not only be first, but be commanding. You got to walk into her space. You're going to have to eat a couple of jabs to be able to go under the guard and go to the body.
Redmond standing at 4'10", the 4'10" southpaw. Originally from Baltimore, currently resides in Missouri, and Hampton, she's a fellow southpaw from Weston, Michigan. She's yet to turn pro in regular boxing, but you heard her introduction as she entered the ring. She had wins over Julie Rodriguez, who we're going to see later tonight, Paige Gilbert. Both of those victories over those opponents coming as an amateur. She's also fought Patricio and Christina Cruz, so a number of accomplished TCL fighters on the amateur level. They've gotten to the ring with Jasmine Hampton.
That Ernst look. Tiny but mighty. And you can see how...
Oh, that right hand rocked Redmond back, and now she falls to the floor.
Oh, she's out. She is out.
That's it. It's waved off. Hampton gets a 10-7 stoppage in her TCL debut. You talk about additions to an already stacked roster. Jasmine Hampton perhaps elevating the Smoke to an upper level.
She had absolutely no problem putting a very well-seasoned fighter, and I am glad that she's okay. She's sitting up. Doctor's taking the necessary precautions. But we knew, and we had talked about it, she had to walk into the space, eat a couple in order to be able to go under the guard, which is exactly what she's trying to do there. But that right into the crystal bone, right there, that button, out, lights out. The timing was perfect. Great job by Jasmine Hampton.
Yeah, there was a pair of right hands from Hampton as Redmond was leaning forward that did the damage there, and then she closed the show.
That was the
with
first
that
one.
left.
That was the first one. Yeah, and the left is the one that closed the show. You're absolutely right.
Yes.
Nice.
Accurate.
Yes. I agree 100%. But it's the danger that you actually face when you have to go under somebody's guard in order to be able to close the gap. When you're shorter in stature, you have to take that risk, because just a jab can keep you at a distance, and there is no way you're going to be able to connect. So I applaud Kia Reed.
Stops this contest at 1 minute 28 seconds for the winner. From the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Jasmine Big Jazz Hampton. Philadelphia leads 89-80. This round brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round 10 is in the 135-pound division. And the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Yayeri Castillo.
It's bachata. You ready for bachata?
Red corner for
Let's
the
go.
Dallas
Buckle up.
Enforcers, Jack Sambiaku. Let's go, Jack.
You know, just going back to round number 9, that was the only round scheduled for those two fighters. So Jasmine Hampton takes full advantage, earns her team 3 points.
Great. Made it count.
Philadelphia now has a 9-point lead as we've reached round number 10. Sambiaku in the red shorts, Castillo in the white for Philadelphia.
Yeyeri Castillo, known as La Bujia. That means spark plug. And you can see why. He's very explosive, hands up, earmuffs.
Good pace. May have tripped up. Left hand may have stalled him, but the referee ruling out a knockdown. Wow, did a glove touch the mat?
We're gonna have to see a replay on that. But Sambiaku is not allowing any mistake to come in unpunished, and right there, closing the gap, even though he's a little shorter in stature, but he's making every punch count.
Now it's an uphill battle for Yeyeri Castillo. He's staring at a 10-8 round. Oh, wow, Sambiaku.
Wow, explosive. Yeyeri Castillo's staying just a little bit too far back. But now he has some respect for Sambiaku's power. And look how he sets up that right. It's a very short right hook. And
Keep to that
uppercut.
close range.
Yes.
Castillo landing a left moments ago. Sambiaku, though, answering right back. He has the look of a fighter who's won 5 straight. Sambiaku is 6-1. The 21-year-old impressing here for Dallas in his first TCL season. This is great pacing.
Yes, now this is the pace that we're looking forward to. Oh!
That one!
Oh!
That landed. That's a knockdown. Castillo looks to be hurt.
It was in slow-mo, and Sambiaku's celebrating because he capitalized on Yeyeri's mistakes.
I don't know what they were waiting for, Claudia, because it was the second knockdown. He was out of it. That's the stoppage. Dallas answers back.
Okay. Usually you have to wait till the person doesn't get up.
Yeah.
But Sambiaku is capitalizing on a lot of mistakes that Yeyeri did. Sambiaku, look how he just walks into that space.
So there's the clarification.
Yes.
Gloves look to hit the mat.
Oh, that was a left hook right into the liver. Julio Cesar Chavez, did anybody call Julio Cesar Chavez? That is it. Clinical precision.
And 59 seconds for the winner via TKO in the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Jack Sambiaku.
So the middle rounds begin with a pair of 10-7 rounds being exchanged.
Yes.
Round 11 is in the 140-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, multi-time national champion, former Team USA member, Brianna Carrera.
I'm still not clear on the first knockdown, but
in the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Nadia Perry.
So a pair of 140-pounders here. Brianna Carrera for Philadelphia in the white trunks. Nadia Perry in the red for Dallas.
we don't have that many competitors in this division. It's difficult to find women that will fight at 140 effectively.
Philadelphia picked up a stoppage win from Jasmine Hampton in round number 9. That increased their lead to 9 at that point. Looked like they were starting to seriously pull away early in this one. But Jack Sambiaku's knockdown and stoppage over Yeyeri Castillo has brought Dallas a bit closer. Still a 6-point swing, but it's much more manageable than a 9-point hole here for Dallas.
And Justin, let's talk about the emotional state of a team. that is being defeated consistently, and now you come with a big win that just kind of adds energy to a team that was kind of low compared to the Philadelphia team. Oh, and it's Brianna Carrera doing her thing, taking care of everything that Nadia Perry has to give. All kinds of answers. Establishing nice long jab. There's a dramatic difference in stature.
You see Perry kind of pitter-pattering her jab, and then Carrera just lifting the up jab and landing more frequently.
Yes. Yeah, let's not forget, 3 minutes, that's all you got. So there is no space or time to be just taking it easy, pussyfooting around it.
Big right hand swing landing by Nadia Perry, making up for the lack of jab activity. She caught Carrera.
Yeah, but that, again, follow through. There's got to be something following that up, because this is what happens. The bigger person in the ring will take advantage of whatever mistake you're doing. And if you throw that hand, the big hand, don't leave it hanging there. You got to bring it right back. Your counterpunch could cause some serious damage if you're so open. Brianna Carrera's hands are way up, nice and tight. Perry, a lot of movement, but it's more nervous than aggression. Look at that jab.
Carrera is such the bigger looking super lightweight, standing right next to Nadia Perry. She's had her way for the majority of this round as both fighters exchanging right hands. And a good uppercut landing by Brianna Carrera here. Final 10 seconds.
And right into the button. I'm very surprised Perry took that in. Assimilating the punishment, and the ref is right there looking at the kind of punishment that Carrera is giving Perry.
I'll tell you what, another 15, 20 seconds. We might have more than just a 10-9 decision on the way.
You're right. Uh-oh. Perry's taking offense. No.
These two want another 3 minutes. They were only scheduled for a single round here.
That's sad, because I could see this going into a second or even a third.
So the fighters will go to the corner, cool off a little bit before the judges' scores are read.
Look at 1-2, 1-2, right there in the corner, and Perry could not take a side step. Brianna had her covered. The fastest way is to just take a side step, but being in the corner with somebody that's that much bigger than you and allowing all those punches to come in, not enough head movement. Valiant effort by Perry, but it was Carrera all the way. Look at that. No answer. I'm actually surprised they didn't stop the fight.
The winner of this round by unanimous decision, 10-9. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Brianna Carrera. Philadelphia leads 106-99. This round brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 12 is in the 147-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Isaiah Duke Johnson. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Adrian Salazar.
Two staple welterweights in their team's respective lineups, week in and week out. Isaiah Johnson, who is now 15-1 in his TCL career, taking on the 4-4 Adrian Salazar. Jesse Hart's coming up in just a matter of a few rounds. Right now, he's catching up with our Bubba Jenkins.
That's right. I'm here with basically the assistant coach of the team, and I got the captain right here, Jesse Hart. Man, what is about the camaraderie of your team that gives you guys that spunk and that extra punch? And what is it about your team that makes everybody wants to lose? Is it because you guys are the champions, or is it because of that voice that you guys have and that ranting you guys love to do?
Basically, we the champions, and we taking over the TCL. Like we said, is a two-peat. We want to go undefeated this year, and I'm held my team accountable for every point they put up on the scoreboard. Every point Every round count. Just don't put it on nobody. Every round count. Like I said in the gym, we all work together. We all correlate together. We're going to win this thing once again.
Man, listen, you are definitely doing it for your team. You're speaking for them, and you got to go out here and perform. Your team is performing the best they probably have, and they're almost in the shutout. I mean, maybe 2 or 3 rounds have gone the Enforcers' way, but they're one of the top teams in the organization. What makes you guys so dominant tonight?
We was hungry. They named these guys. They're not giving us our respect. We seen the ratings. They got Dallas as the #2 team and the Las Vegas as the #1 team. They should have Philadelphia as the #1 team just off championship alone. We undefeated. We beat Boston twice. We beat New York, but not by 1 point, 2 points. We dominated these fights. They should always have Philadelphia at the top. We came in as champions. We are the champions. We're the #1 seed in this whole league.
He wears his heart on his sleeve. You heard it right here from Jesse Hart, the captain, the heart of the voice. You guys hear it.
I tell you what, Jesse Hart is carrying a whole lot of water for his team. And you look at the bout sheet and you say, oh, Jesse Hart's in for 1 round tonight. Well, obviously he has other duties off that interview. He's, like Bubba said, the assistant coach. He's the team's mouthpiece, doing a great job that fashion. My goodness.
And just like that, we're in the last minute between Isaiah Johnson and Adrian Salazar. Just wanted to point out, Adrian Salazar adjusted to Isaiah Johnson's southpaw stance by walking into this fight as a southpaw. And I think it's smart because then that puts your jab in front as a power punch. But obviously, the most experienced one is Isaiah Johnson as a southpaw. And he can literally get the timing down a little bit faster. Like those very short combinations, very effective. Ooh.
Left hand lands by Salazar.
But quickly is Isaiah Johnson that's taking a good space to counter with the uppercuts and hooks. That straight left is walking into Isaiah beautifully. Nice. See, this is what I like to see, those last 10 seconds just going at it.
Both fighters migrating toward the middle of the ring and then letting it go. Quality round at 147 pounds between Johnson and Salazar. There's some action from the end of the round in the closing seconds.
It's a give and take. Very nicely done. And you can see the smile on Adrian Salazar. Yeah. Look at the confidence and the energy in Philadelphia.
The winner of this round by unanimous decision, 10-9, in the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Isaiah Duke Johnson. Philadelphia leads 116-108. Round 13 is in the 168-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, the new Ray Robinson. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, former Chicago Golden Gloves champion, Jordan Action Jackson.
Jackson giving the referee some fist pumps, okay. He's in the red trunks. Ray Robinson in the white. Everyone offering support.
Just
Dallas's way at this point.
Yeah.
They're trying to muster up any support here. They're down by 8 now. Philadelphia running away with this one in the middle rounds. Ray Robinson now.
Relax. There's still a lot of boxing left. Relax. Size difference, Ray Robinson, the new, 5'10". Jordan Jackson at 6 feet tall. You know, this is a good height for a solid middleweight. But right now, the Dallas coach should be the one voice I should be hearing on top of everybody. On top of everybody.
The last time we heard that coach, Kia Reed-Redmond got knocked out. There you see Dallas's bench.
Well, it happens. I'm just saying, we need to hear it.
Yeah, we do.
There's got to be
rules? With Profit X, you're in control. It's the first peer-to-peer sports exchange where you can set your own odds, compete directly with others, and keep more of your wins. No house, no limits, just better lines and real transparency. So whether you like to hunt for edges or create your own, Profit X puts the power back in your hands. Join the movement at ProfitX.co and get 200 Profit Cash in your first month.
So they fought to a close round.
The most important adjustment they have to make right now is the position of that front foot. It has to be outside of the guard. So you see, it's Robinson who's winning that race right there. Always
good exchange.
Great exchange, and that's why, because you're closing the gap, but still safe and still, you know, just smothering the jab and staying away from the power punch. It's important. That foot positioning is key, especially for that. You can get your opponent off balance.
It's that left hand from Robinson scoring some points for him here in the final minute. He's 3-3 on the year, but he's dropped 3 in a row, trying to end this skid against a fighter that he lost to last season.
And he didn't have to do much in these last 3 minutes at all. All he did was establish his distance because he is the bigger man and use that jab to keep the opponent away. Jordan Jackson had a couple of good moments, but the consistency on Ray Robinson is what actually gives him the round. See that foot position? The right leg outside the guard. See, right there. Key to close the gap and smother the jab.
That lead foot consistently on the outside of the lead foot of Jordan Jackson.
The winner of this round by a unanimous 10-9 decision, out of the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Jordan Action Jackson.
Really?
All right.
Philadelphia leads 125-118. This round brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery.
Lucy.
Round 14 is in the 175-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, former USBA and NABF super middleweight champion, Jesse Hollywood Hart. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Abimbola Space Oshundairo.
Oshundairo and Hart, 2 leaders on their respective teams, in for just 1 round tonight. It's round number 14, a pair of light heavyweights. We heard from Jesse Hart earlier with Bubba Jenkins. Let's get to know the Philadelphia light heavyweight a little bit more.
One of the toughest obstacles I had to deal with coming up was my brother getting killed. He was tragically murdered. That's the roughest thing that I've ever had to deal with. He's been there since the start. He was a big, big part of my boxing career. It motivates me to want to do my best, to keep me focused, to know that he wants me to do good. I just really feel like he's an angel over my shoulder and watching over me.
Follow Jesse and the Philadelphia Smoke live on Season 3 of TCL Team Boxing League, weekends on Merit TV.
Well, this is Hart's 2nd season. This is Oshundairo's 3rd season. They are very familiar with one another. Hart faced Oshundairo twice. He beat him both times. And they're pretty... This one's all over the ring right now, Claudia.
Yep. Spread out like butter.
See if we can get any type of rhythm between these two. Well, we were really looking forward to this one stylistically here in round 14, Bubba. So far, first half or so, really hasn't lived up to the billing.
Absolutely. It hasn't. I mean, Philly Smoke is on one-way traffic. and it's not looking good for Dallas right now, and they're upset-mindedness here in San Antonio. But the way that I just see it, Dallas said, we're going to make it ugly. The way you guys are judging it, the way we feel like we're winning some of these matchups, you guys want to take it like that, then we're going to make it ugly. And that's what we're seeing right here in this fight. Osendero not really giving Jesse much room to work, and Jesse not really giving himself much room to, to get his punches off, because it seems to be much more of my style of a fight in the mixed martial arts world.
So you like this, Bubba? You like to get down into the weeds here?
Whoa,
boy, Jesse Hart.
Oh, yeah.
This is, no.
I don't mind a good double leg or two. That's some good form right there. That's some good form. No back points on that one, but, we got to keep it in the ring instead of in the cage. This is TCL, and, there are a lot of people on the sideline, some, teammates ranting and on and pushing them on. The best thing about TCL is the camaraderie with the guys on the side, and you can definitely hear these teammates rooting these guys on. They're giving it their all in there.
They've almost went over the top.
Yeah, but even the ref, I think he's not controlling this fight. We're in the last couple of seconds, and I saw very little boxing. I just saw a lot of hugging and pulling, and look at that. What? Oshendario, he knows better than that. He's, like swinging. Did we just switch sports? Are we in baseball, swinging to the fences? What?
And now the crowd, you can hear it. Ambabola Oshendairo is a career 16-8 fighter in the TCL. You don't get that from performing
like this
and swinging away like that.
I think he was just trying to either intimidate somebody as strong mentally as Hart. Beautiful uppercut, but look at this was completely out of control. I think they went into football. Nice tackle. Look at swinging for the fences. What is that?
Split decision, Jesse Hart.
We can see the disappointment in Oshendario.
Our first judge scores this bout 10-9 for Jesse Hollywood Hart. Our second judge scores this bout 10-9 for Abimbola Space Oshendairo. Our third judge scores this bout 10-9 for the winner via split decision out of the blue corner from the Philadelphia Smoke, Jesse Hollywood Hart.
Well, it makes sense just because Jesse was the more accurate in the few punches that he did land.
127. Round
despite
15
the chaos
is in the 199-pound division. In the blue corner from the Philadelphia Smoke, Cody the Punisher Russell. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, former world title challenger Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson.
Hot Sauce Henderson in the red trunks, and Cody Russell making his 2025 debut tonight. Philadelphia in complete control at the moment. 135-127, the overall score in favor of the reigning champs. Russell went 0-3 last season. 29 years of age, out of Philadelphia. And for Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson, he won 2 straight against Adrian Taylor a couple of weeks ago. Taylor had 25 rounds of TCL experience, and that was Henderson's most experienced opponent. Took 2 away from him. Russell paying the price from getting low against Henderson right there. Calvin Henderson is one of the better nicknames in the entire league.
Hot Sauce. Very little respect for somebody who's having their TCL debut right here. Cody Russell.
The Smoke have dropped only 3 rounds so far tonight.
And 2 of those by way of knockout. Guard is nice and tight. Cody Russell understands that he's got to show some respect to Henderson's power. There's a reason why it's called hot sauce.
The only round either of these fighters will be in this evening. Coming up next, a pair of heavyweights to close out the middle rounds, Kanjan Nathan and Eric Ross.
Oof. Watch out for Henderson's left hook. That comes with all the jalapenos necessary. Watch that left hook.
Yeah, it came in from close range, now working it downstairs.
And he changes angles as he's throwing the punch. Very nicely done. Now I see where the jalapeno is stuck. And you see how he has it ready.
It's in that holster.
Yep.
Just a matter of what direction it's going to go in.
And he changes it when he throws it in the middle of the trajectory. Right there, see? And it's a very short, right there. Even though he was being smothered by Russell, he knows how to use it in short distance. There we go.
See if Hot Sauce comes away with the win here in round 15.
Or did Russell taper that hot sauce? Have you ever been enchilado? You know what that is?
Educate me.
Enchilado is when you eat something with chile and then your mouth is, nothing else tastes like anything because you're enchilado. So I think that's what Hot Sauce did today on Russell.
By unanimous decision, 10-9, out of the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson.
Now you know what enchilado is.
Well, Dallas is hoping
leads
that defeat starts to bring some type of consistent distaste in the mouth of Philadelphia, and they can rally back here.
In the blue corner for the Philadelphia
They have work to do.
Kanja, don't blink, Nathan. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Eric Ross.
Mathematically, it is possible.
Absolutely. There is plenty of time to go here. Still have the money rounds between Philadelphia and Dallas. Heavyweights closing it out here in round 16. Let's go over to Bubba Jenkins.
That's right. I'm here with Put You On Your Back Jack right here. Jack Sambianco, he got a big knockout earlier, and I wanted to ask him about the pressure of being one of the top fighters for the Enforcers. He's literally one of their Enforcers, and I was wondering if you ever really get to feel that pressure of being one of the top boxers.
Que cómo se siente siendo uno de nuestros mejores peleadores y si te hace sientes presión siendo uno de los mejores.
Sí, yo me siento presionado, sí, porque tengo que entrenar mucho para esto, ¿entiendes? Gracias a Dios primeramente, yo dejo todo en las manos de Dios. Los entrenadores, gracias a mis entrenadores también, son los mejores de la liga.
He says, yes, I feel a lot of pressure because I have to go and train very hard to give my best performance. But first of all, thank God, and thanks to all my coaches that are the best coaches in the league.
Well, every time we see Jack, he putting somebody on his back, so I nicknamed him that. Jack, put you on your back, Sam, right here. You guys got the action. We got the interviews. Back at you.
The Sambiaku winner of 6 in a row now. And he had a terrific performance stopping Yayeri Castillo. Again,
Very good Spanish.
Yeah.
I'm highly surprised. Look at that.
Even I noticed it.
Wow, look at you. Your Spanish is getting better. Well, now you know how to do bachata. You know enchilado.
That's right.
You're way ahead of the game.
Sambiaco, originally from Angola. And You could tell Spanish, not his first language, but he did a terrific job right there with that interview.
You know there's a lot of Cubans in Angola? Just general information. Useless information.
Less than a minute to go in the 16th round. Kajin Nathan, a successful heavyweight here in this league, 3-1 on the season, 12-6 in his career. Split a couple of rounds with Michael Coffey 3 weeks ago. Now, Philadelphia, in their last match against Boston, they were just able to squeak by and pick up a 1-point victory. The other two, they built sizable leads and were able to soundly defeat their opponents. This one, so far, against arguably their toughest opponent to date, looks like it could be their widest margin of victory if they're able to keep this consistency going.
This is what I love about this sport. No matter how hard we hit each other, we're gonna shake hands, hug it out. Nothing really remarkable about this combat.
Let's get the official ruling from the judges.
The winner of this round by unanimous decision, 10-9, in the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Eric Ross.
When you called it, you said Dallas mathematically can still take a win tonight.
Right now, our score is Philadelphia 153, Dallas 147.
Well, for all the good work that Philadelphia has done, Dallas certainly within shouting distance of making this very interesting. We'll see what happens at the start of the money rounds. Right now, Philadelphia has a 6-point lead. Dallas working from behind thanks to some big-time shots like that from Jasmine Hampton, making her TCL debut. Brianna Carrera putting in work, and Jack Sambiaku staying red hot for the Enforcers. We'll take a break and come back with more.
It's fight night in the fight capital. Vegas brings the heat twice. First up, the Phoenix Fury takes on the hard-hitting Miami Assassins. Then, a slick LA Elite team battles the league-leading Las Vegas HOU. Keep your gloves up before your luck runs out. Phoenix, Miami, then LA, Vegas. Tomorrow night at 7:30 on Merit TV.
Balance of nature has made a big difference in my life. I joined a CrossFit gym at 65, and it's one of the best things I did, right along with balance and nature. I started taking this product 2 years ago. I'm healthier, I'm happier, I've lost some weight, I've put on some muscle, and I give credit to Balance and Nature for that motivation to get back to the gym.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code FIGHT.
I thought we had a plan for Dad. He was set to go to the senior living community right by my house. Then a friend suggested I talk to a place for Mom. They really opened my eyes. My advisor listened and understood his needs and showed us options that were still nearby, but a better fit for Dad. Now he's in a warm, engaging community with a big group of friends. I know we made the better choice.
For free senior living advice, go to aplaceformom.com.
It's fight night in the fight capital. Vegas brings the heat twice. First up, the Phoenix Fury takes on the hard-hitting Miami Assassins. Then, a slick LA Elite team battles the league-leading Las Vegas HOU. Keep your gloves up before your luck runs out. Phoenix, Miami, then LA, Vegas. Saturday night at 7:30 on Merit TV.
Fans want to follow and visit a TCL Team Boxing League event near you? Be sure to scan the QR code on the screen for tickets to our upcoming schedule. Next week, Team Boxing League heads back to Nashville, Tennessee to see an Eastern showdown between a red-hot Atlanta Attack and the Nashville Smash. And then it's on to Philadelphia, where we have an action-packed doubleheader. It's ending with an East Coast showdown between the Philadelphia Smoke and the Miami Assassins. All the action can be seen in person or live on Merit TV. Money rounds approaching over in San Antonio. Philadelphia with a 6-point lead, 153-147 over the Dallas Enforcers. We were wondering what we would see from Philadelphia here. This was their first matchup in 3 weeks. They were the least active team to date here in the TCL so far in 2025, and it was also the first time that they'd be facing someone outside of their own division. Well, they've absolutely answered the call. They've become the dominant team, but Dallas won 3 of the last 4 rounds, including the last 2 in the middle rounds. They're making something out of this as we move on to the money rounds.
Well, let's not forget that they do have talent. They do have the capacity. The energy is kind of low, but these last rounds do add to the emotional stability, to that, pick up energy, pace, and obviously the dominance of Philadelphia could have taken that away a little bit, but now they're in the upswing. Let's see how they close the money rounds.
We'll see if that energy can carry over to start the money rounds. It'll be a precious couple of rounds to start off here for Dallas. Let's take you through the middle round highlights. They're brought to you by the Balance of Nature, and it was an electric start to the middle rounds. Round number 9, Jasmine Hampton making her TCL debut for the defending champs.
That was an amazing, amazing moment. For her debut, Jasmine Hampton was determined to make a statement, and look at that. Like you said, she finished it off with the left hook, but it started with the right into the button. And yes, you called it, put to sleep.
Night-night. Hampton with a 10-7 decision, and that point put Philadelphia up by 9, but Jack Sambiaku had the equalizer here against Guillermo Castillo.
Yep, we were expecting a lot more from Castillo. We had seen beautiful footwork today. He was a little off. And then it was Sambiaku who dominated from head to toes. Look at that head movement, waist movement, and turulu. Left hook to the liver, and you know exactly what that does. Your legs go numb, and you're out for the count. It was right there. Precision, like a surgeon, right in the gap.
The whole body shutting down after that shot for Yayeri Castillo. And here's a look at the fight card for the money rounds, and you see Castillo and Sambiaku, they were scheduled to meet up in round number 19. Obviously, that's not going to happen due to the stoppage, so Sambiaku picking up an extra point there. It'll be a 10-9 decision, but there you see what we have coming up, especially in round 17. We were talking about Damian Tinarello's TCL debut here tonight. We saw him go up against Adolph Stevens. Stevens is such an accomplished TCL fighter, but Tinarello held his own, and I'm curious to see what type of adjustments that he makes here.
We always talk about young men growing into their man body. He's only 22 years old, and yet he was determined and decisive. He had absolutely no respect for his opponent, and I'm sure this second opportunity is going to give him that extra push to make a difference for that team.
Not only that, round number 20, Isaiah Johnson, Adrian Salazar, second go-around between these two. We saw Johnson able to take a 10-9 decision, but it was a close round here. You're trying to figure out the points where Philadelphia could potentially pull away here in the money rounds. It's going to be interesting because Dallas, you see it on paper, they have some fighters that can seriously close the gap here in the overall team score.
I think for Adrian Salazar, it's also a moment where he's going to prove to the judges that he has what it takes to take a win. That first fight, he lost. I still don't know how. My card did not reflect what the judges saw. But anyway, I think this is his opportunity to be a little bit more concrete in his combinations and maybe close big in those last 10 seconds.
Yeah, one of the spottier rounds that we had from a scoring perspective. Let's go over back inside Boeing Techport Arena over in San Antonio as we get started with the money rounds. It'll begin with Damian Tinarello and Adolph Stevens.
Philadelphia leads 153-147 as we go to the money rounds. Round 17 is in the 160-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, current U.S. Air Force member, Damian Tinarello. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Adolf the Wolf Stevens.
But yeah, some of these, I do 4 shows a year.
Yeah.
I'm doing 4 shows a year.
Round number 17. You hear Adolf Stevens. This is an 11-0 fighter on the season. Talking to Tinarello, saying, come on, brother. Let's get ready to go once again. Stevens, 32 years of age. Tinarello, 22.
And you know, we just see two fighters in the ring going at it. We forget the intangibles, that calmness that comes with maturity, with, you know, the flying hours. Tinarello doesn't have any of that, yet he's still holding his ground. I want to see his adjustment. See that lead foot on Tinarello. He finally made the adjustment on Henderson being the southpaw. Stevens, I mean.
Keep your eye on that left foot, Claudia, right? That left foot of Tinarello?
Yes, the left foot, it has to be outside. That he was not aware in that first opportunity. Now he's a little bit more aware. Look at that motion, back and forth. Good head movement.
Tinarello pressing the action in that sequence.
Consistency, right there. I like to see that. Stevens is pawing that jab, trying to keep his distance, being the bigger man in the ring. And Tinarello still, he's willing to take a couple of jabs. You know what that explains to me? That shows me that he has no respect for Stevens' power. Right there, beautiful, capitalizing, using that left looping hook.
Credit the referee for letting them work out of it on their own. Over a minute to go in round 17.
Nice. Again, another short hook right there. Tinarello leading a little too much with his head, and that's why he ends up under Stevens' elbows. Very well done. Stevens showing the young buck how to do it. How it's done here in the pros.
Stevens looks like he is on his way to a 10-9 decision in his second round win of the night.
And it wasn't necessarily due to the barrage of punches, but more the decisiveness and the power punch output. Oh!
Tinarello coming alive right near the bell.
Man! Oh, Stevens felt that. He's still trying to get his legs from underneath him.
Two quality punches right at the buzzer.
That was beautifully done. Exactly when I was talking about power punches, yeah, I couldn't see that with the ref. He swings for the fences with that left, and that left again, right into the button. Oh, that was
that right
beautiful.
hand right there.
Yes. Stevens, he felt that. But I agree. He took that round. In my card, not officially.
Let's make it official.
Thank you.
Decision 10-9 out of the blue corner.
Oh, wow.
For the Philadelphia Smoke.
Wow.
Damian Tinarello.
Talk about surprises of the night. In terms of scoring, that's one of them. Tinarello picks up his first TCL win. He hands Stevens his first defeat of the season.
On fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round 18 is in the 118-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, multi-time national champion, 2024 U.S. Olympian, Shira May Patricio. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Alexis Moniz.
Second round of the night for Patricio and Moniz, Claudia, and now with what was a surprise scoring and really an upset with Damian Tinarello taking that first round. Philadelphia takes the first round here in the money rounds. Now they're set up really nicely with some of their heavy hitters from the launch rounds.
And now we're coming with the veteran, as Patricio understands that these are the money rounds. And one thing I can tell you, Patricio knows how to close out the rounds. She knows exactly what the refs are looking for, and this is due to her amateur experience.
And how impressive is that for a woman fighter here, going 3 rounds, closing strong? I mean, you're not getting 3-minute rounds in a whole lot of places in women's boxing. You get them here in TCL action.
You know, we've had this discussion forever and a day. In the amateurs, it's 3 minutes. A lot of organizations do not want to extend it to 3 minutes. I'm not exactly sure why. They say that it's a health issue. But as you see, Patricio has absolutely no problem. Clarissa Shields has no problem. Danielle Perkins has no problem. Amanda Serrano has no problem. But I'll just let that mic sit right there.
If they needed any more evidence on top of the accomplished fighters you just listed, look to a TCL event.
Exactly. The output on Patricio is amazing. The amount of punches she throws per round. We don't have punch stat, but just looking at it, it's amazing.
And she does not stop.
Nope.
The motor on the Hawaii native is everlasting. Continuing to walk forward. Cut off the space of her opponents, but like you mentioned, Claudia, just letting the hands go. Bottom line, she keeps the fists active.
Yes. And I'm not going to take anything away from Moniz, but there's levels to this. And Patricio's at another level. Then again, she comes from sparring with her own brothers. All day, every day, 7 days a week, 24/7. So this is what she does all day long.
Shira is the oldest of 8 children. Her father, Lyndon, was a fighter, trained with Team USA. She was a big gymnast before she started, and she lands in a nice left hook on Moniz. They exchange back and forth here before she started to box, but once she won her first tournament and received a medal for boxing, she said that that gave her the spark to just focus on boxing. She quit gymnastics. She's been in the sweet science on a consistent basis ever since.
And she's so good. Look how she takes advantage of that clinch right there, and she uses her free hand to just do more damage. And when she throws that hook from underneath, it comes all the way from her hip into Moniz's face. You know, let's not go too far. Look at Alexis's face.
Jet blood coming down from the nose. But a series of left hooks coming from impressive angles from Patricio. That highlighted round number 18 here in the money rounds. My goodness. More of the same from this rookie for Philadelphia. Terrific find by the defending champs.
Yes. Did you see that uppercut coming all the way from her hip?
The winner of this round by unanimous decision, 10-9, in the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Shira May Patricio. Fight fans, round 19 will not be contested due to the stoppage earlier today. That will be scored a 10-9 score for the Dallas Enforcers. Going to round 20. Philadelphia leads Dallas 182-175. This round brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of the TCL. Round 20 will be the 147-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Isaiah Duke Johnson. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Adrian Salazar.
Second round of the night between Johnson and Salazar. Isaiah Johnson picked up a 10-9 decision in round number 12. Dallas, right now, trailing by 7, 182-175. What does head coach Tony Mack think? He's standing by with Bubba Jenkins.
Hey, I'm here with Coach Tony Mack, and I know you're doing your job right here, but we got you on the audio right now. What do your team got to do to stay in this fight, or what do you think happened to where you guys kind of lost control earlier?
We really need knockouts, but we need to do is stay focused and stay disciplined and really stick to the basics, and the knockout going to come. So we just got to stay disciplined, stay focused, and, man, we need to keep our consistency going, man, because we lost 4 split decisions, and it just didn't go our way. But right now, I just need them to stay hungry, man, and just not give up, not give in.
Earlier, we spoke about the urgency. It doesn't seem like, the team, Philly's team had their back a little bit. The camaraderie on the sideline was really, really high. It seemed like you guys lacked a little bit of urgency on your sideline. Did you get that same feel?
You know what? I 100% got the same feel right now. Our energy is lower than normal. A couple of our key fighters not in today, but we had some people step in last minute, and they just don't understand the system right now. They're new to our team. So I would say it kind of took away our natural energy, but at the same time, man, that's where I got to come in. That's where the coaches come in, and we got to keep that energy up. And I kept wanting to get up and and say something to the team, but they keep making me sit down. They storm me off a little bit. I want to get disqualified.
Well, I did see you get the team together, and you said, we got to win out. We got to get these next couple matches, and you guys did start off on a good foot. What do you think it is about the team Philly and them being champions that have made, gave you guys maybe a second loss tonight on the way they were?
Philadelphia got some legit fighters. They got some seasoned fighters. They have some experienced fighters. Our guys is a little inexperienced compared to them. We got what it takes to make a run in the playoffs, but this fight is probably what we needed to get back focused as a team, to get back disciplined, because it just didn't go our, it's not going our way right now. Some good things can happen still. I still got faith. We can get some knockouts.
What would you take away from the results of this right now?
The lack of chemistry, man. We lost the chemistry. And we got to get the team back together. And,
thanks, Coach. Back to you.
All right, Bubba, a lot of interesting tidbits from Tony Mack, but right here, this has been a beautiful counterfest between Salazar and Johnson.
Yeah. Johnson perhaps deciding that he cannot leave this to chance. He has to establish the command of the ring, and he's doubling up both on the jab and the hook. And Salazar is just willing to take it in order to go into a power punch, half step with the left hook. Oof. They dished it out, man.
It's a great round.
Yes.
An entertaining round between Johnson and Salazar. Isaiah Johnson may have picked up his second win of the night. Take a look at some of the action here.
So you see how he doubled up on that right hook. He goes to the body and then to the head. Now left hook. And Salazar is dishing it right back with both hands. They're both letting their hands go. This is a beautiful way to end this combat. And you can see, look at the energy. I go back to what the coach was saying. There's a lot of chemistry, and it's palpable.
Unanimous decision, 10-9. Out of the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Isaiah Duke Johnson.
And the gap is getting wider.
Philadelphia leads 192-184. Round 21 is in the 135-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Francisco "Cisco Kid" Rodriguez. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Everin A.J. Graham.
This was one of those fights that could have gone either way. And I'd like to see Francisco Rodriguez a little more settled in his boxing.
This was the first of 4 split decisions that we've seen here tonight. And Francisco Rodriguez came away with the 10-9 decision way back in round 4. Here they are in round 21. Just going back to what Tony Mack was talking about with Bubba, it sounded like a subdued Tony Mack, and they maybe didn't appreciate the resume that we've seen so far this season from Philadelphia. It sounds like as Philadelphia built up its chemistry within the match, you know, it's already there, but when you see it's visible, it's conversely sucking it out of Dallas. Very interesting.
Again, those are the intangibles. It's not only X's and O's and technique and strategy. It has also to do with who's there with you. And Mac did say it, you know, I'm missing a couple of guys. The chemistry, we've lost chemistry. They're tired. They've been going on week by week by week, whereas Philadelphia has had time to rest and work. And there's other things around every single fighter's life that also takes part in every single training. Sometimes you need to take that step back in order to come in full force.
Let's hear from Rondeau, the head coach of Philadelphia this week. He's standing by with Bubba.
That's right, I'm here at Rondeau, and your team came out on fire. I mean, you guys are the Philly Smoke, but you guys came out smoking, literally 5 straight wins. What'd you say in the back to them to get them kind of started on this kind of momentum?
I remember you were there our last fight in Boston when we fought Boston. A couple questionable rounds. I told them we're not going to let that happen again this time. You know, a lot of these guys are trying to steal these rounds in the last 30 seconds, maybe even the last minute, and we weren't going to let that happen. We were going to set the tone, set the pace, and let them know who we are.
Man, you've done that tonight, and it's been one-way traffic. What do you think you guys can gain as we're heading into the second part of the season, as everyone's starting to look towards the playoffs and the championships? What do you guys gain from such an impressive victory on a Dallas team here in Texas?
Dallas is 4-1. They were, for whatever reason, second in the rankings, even though we were undefeated. But you know, we came here to make a statement, let them know that we're in this league and we're going to win this league, and we are the current champions.
All right, statement made. Back to you guys.
Well, Philadelphia knows that it's a team that has a mark on its back, and even despite that, they are operating like they have a chip on their shoulder.
Are they really?
I think so. They feel disrespected with the fact that they're, in their eyes, not ranked as high as some of the other teams.
Vegas, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, they haven't had enough fights,
right.
So hello.
They're talking about rankings. We're talking about overall standings.
Yes.
The team with more fights, if you have more wins,
then
they're going to be on top.
It's a direct relation.
Right.
But then again, let's not forget the type of fighters that Philadelphia has. Very well seasoned, at many different levels, not only in TCL, but also in regular boxing. So obviously those flying hours have translated into a nice team that understands all the sacrifices and all the intangibles that come into a fight. And again, I don't see anything different in this fight, in the second edition of the Rodriguez-Graham fight.
The winner of this round by unanimous decision, 10-9, out of the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Francisco "Cisco Kid" Rodriguez. Philadelphia leads 202-193. This round brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 22 is in the 126-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, multi-time national champion, 2020 U.S. Olympian, Rashida Ellis. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Sarah Click.
Well, Claudia, if you want to think about it mathematically, Dallas needs 3 straight stoppages to tie it. But here, if you are in the shoes of Rashida Ellis, based on what we saw in the closing seconds of her first round against Sarah Click, she's going to try and put the finishing touches on this Philadelphia performance.
Just let the women take care of business. And I'm not going to put anything against, I'm not going to say anything against Sarah Click, but there's levels to this. Sarah Click, like we mentioned in the first fight, relentless, fearless. This is a woman that has been in many different combat styles, scenes, but Rashida knows exactly how to walk the ring, how to close the gap, and how to give the judges what they're looking for. That is key.
She moved to 7-0. What a big-time right hand coming in from Rashida Ellis, landing flush on Click.
And guess what? Click didn't even budge. That's the kind of punishment she's willing to take. I've seen Sarah take some serious punches, bone to bone, you know, had her cheekbone fracture and kept going forward. Look at Rashida, she's relentless. She's not gonna let anybody tell her otherwise. She's taking this round. This is target practice right now. Jab, cross, uppercut.
Click biding some time there.
We're holding on to dear life.
Yeah. 90 more seconds to go. You'd love to see the body work from Ellis, now working back upstairs. She has turned Sarah Click into her own personal piñata here in round 22.
You got that right.
Oh my goodness. The body, then the left uppercut.
Everywhere. And just to call a little bit of attention, Rashida Ellis did not skip a beat. Remember, this was in the first
That's
quarter.
it. Fight waves off, Claudia. Refs have seen enough.
Yes.
Saving Sarah Click. And Rashida Ellis has the stoppage. Now 8-0.
She did not skip a beat. All those rounds in between made no difference for Rashida. Remember, she started from a very slow pace, close strong, and she started strong and literally obliterated Click. Look at that. She was throwing punches from every single angle. It was target practice. She was even holding her with her right just
this round
in order to connect those uppercuts.
In 54 seconds for the winner via TKO, Rashida Ellis. Philadelphia leads 212-200. Round 23 is in the 168-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, the new Ray Robinson. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, former Chicago Golden Gloves champion, Jordan Action Jackson.
Do you think Ray Robinson has what it takes to overturn the first result?
I think he absolutely can redeem himself here and keep the momentum in favor of Philadelphia. He doesn't want to be that one to drop the baton here with the way the Smoke have been performing tonight.
Talk about Rashida Ellis closing like the real champ that she is. Following suit's got to be very difficult. What do you do after that?
Not only that, you're I don't want to say stuck between Rashida Ellis and Rasheen Brown, who's coming up next.
Well,
but
yeah, you are. Call it like
you're the man in the middle.
Yep. You're the meat, though.
Oh, he eats a big
nice.
right hand from a moving Jordan Jackson. That's pretty. Jackson has a chance to become a 2-round winner for Dallas here.
the back leg, that left back leg for Ray Robinson, he drags it. That's when he loses power. He closes the gap beautifully, but then that leg is just stuck. So he can't sit in that punch. He's a big guy, but he doesn't capitalize on his own size. See how he's almost pawing that jab? He's literally fighting for survival against Jordan Jackson. He's not doing any damage.
Now, half a round to go here. Another right hand landing by Jackson.
And it's gonna keep landing. On cue.
39-year-old Ray Robinson trying to crack the win column in what has turned into a Philadelphia rout.
That pivot is very lazy. And those habits are very hard to break, especially when you've been fighting for a long time like that, and nobody has seen it, nobody has called them on it, and you had a little bit of success, you get stuck with that. But then you meet somebody like Jordan Jackson that has no respect for your power, and he's gonna make you eat a couple. Oh, see?
Big right hand with 40+ seconds remaining.
That right hand is gonna keep going in because Ray just sits there. He's become a sitting duck. He's looking for a power punch that he doesn't have. He's looking for a haymaker just to make sure that he's not stuck between two great fighters. Right? Good combo.
Jackson can see them coming in slow motion, or at least he has.
It's telegraphed.
Yeah. 10 seconds to go. Jackson, by all accounts here, looks like he'll have taken his second round of the night.
See? Look at that left leg on Ray. When he punches, he slows down just because he doesn't bring that leg back and position it in a pivot position so he can actually use that as leverage.
That Philadelphia bench, relaxed, all smiles. They'll know they'll be on their way back home with a win.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a split decision.
What?
Our first judge scores this bout 10-9 for Ray Robinson. Our second judge scores this bout 10-9 for Jordan Jackson. Our third judge scores this bout for the winner via split decision in the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, the new Ray Robinson.
Well, that's not kind, Claudia. When we heard split decision, I was about to say for this round?
Age 222-209. Round 24 is in the 126-pound division. In the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Rasheed Sugar Sheen Brown. In the red corner for the Dallas Enforcers, Randall Kennedy.
There we go.
Well, the judges here trying to give the ones in Phoenix last week a run for their money. Round 24, Rasheed Brown, Randall Kennedy closing it out. And Philadelphia widens its lead after Ray Robinson, in the eyes of the judges, gets a split decision victory over Jordan Jackson. Rasheed Brown all the way back in round 2. Outpointed Kennedy.
It was a nice, clean fight. I had no questions in that decision.
Brown has climbed up to a 17-2 career mark here in the TCL after that win. Trying to pick up another one. So Philadelphia will improve to 4-0. They'll be back in action next weekend against Miami. Quick turnaround there. The week after that, that's the big one. Philadelphia will meet Las Vegas. So at this moment, they'll have 2 undefeated teams going at it on June the 20th. And then they'll be in action again against New York City 9 days after that. This is a busy month for the defending champs.
Well, you were talking about the lack of action. Well, they have to catch up. So the disrespect is just based on numbers. Let's see how they go, how they do. I like the speed on Rasheem Brown. He's really taking advantage of his agility. Look at that beautiful head movement. Carrying the weight in the back leg, that allows him to take that half step back and stay out of range. It's just a quick waist movement. Very fast.
You know, we were talking about in round 2, the style and the pacing might have been a little bit slow, given that you only have this 3-minute window. Now, with the entire event wrapped up, if you're Rasheem Brown, here you work on what you want to work on.
And at this point in time, there's no pressure at all. The team is ahead. So now he's just showing off his speed, doubling on that jab, showing off his head movement, solid footwork. The round is just going on and on and on. I would have liked to see Kennedy to have a little bit more huspa, more energy, because it was lacking the first time. So I wanted to see a lot more of him in this opportunity.
Well, let's not put anything in ink yet, Claudia, but it looks like Rasheem Brown cruised his way to another round win.
I'm not even going to say anything because I obviously do not know how to do the math in the round. So I'll just let the judges let me know exactly what they saw.
Regardless, Philadelphia going on the road into Texas, facing the Dallas Enforcers, who entered at 4-1, and the smoke.
This round by unanimous decision by the score of 10-9. Here in the blue corner for the Philadelphia Smoke, Rasheem Sugar Sheen Brown. Your final score tonight, Philadelphia Smoke 232, Dallas Enforcers 218. We'll be back with our 3 stars of the night coming up next. Fight fans, don't forget.
Philadelphia takes it 232-218 in a matchup with 2 of the top 3 teams in the TCL. This one wasn't close. The defending champs take it in style over Dallas. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more from Boeing Center at Techport.
Step into a world of simplicity, reflection, and tranquility.
Tell me what I did!
Enjoy private accommodations, curated meals, and a minimalist lifestyle designed to help you reconnect with what truly matters.
And I will watch!
Let go of distractions and embrace the calm.
Break it up!
Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday, only on Merit TV.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, a drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. Philadelphia takes it. Let's take a look at our Fire number 32 KO of the night.
It was a beautiful job, Jasmine Hampton in round 9. Kaya Reed Redmond taking it all in, but it was that left that finished the job right there, and she's out for the count, and once again putting her to sleep. She knows how to close the round and take another win for Philadelphia.
Let's go back inside the ring with Patrick Creighton.
Fight fans, our final score tonight, Philadelphia Smoke 232, Dallas Enforcers 218. It's time for our stars of the night. Our third star of the night from the Dallas Enforcers, Jack Sambiaco. Our second star of the night from the Philadelphia Smoke, Jasmine Big Jazz Hampton. And our number one star of the evening from the Philadelphia Smoke, Rashida Ellis. Our round of the evening is round 20. With Isaiah Duke Johnson and Adrian Salazar.
I'm here with the MVP of the night, Rashida Ellis. What is it about you that every time you step into the ring, you strike fear into the girls? What is it about you as a woman doing your thing in there?
I just fight my own fight and have fun. That's it.
Well, you are fearful. You are coming out with all the kind of punches that you need. Is that something that you learned from your father or your brothers? Where do you get it from?
I learned it from experience, being on Team USA for years, just experience.
Well, congratulations again on being MVP. I feel like every week I see you fight, you're an MVP. Let's get to your coach right here. Coach Rondo, you got it done again tonight. Philly Smoke wins it again. What is it about that pride about your team? You guys always wanting to get that victory. You guys always feeling like the world's against you.
First off, I want to thank Coach Bob. I mean, he's really the coach. I'm just filling in for tonight. And obviously, the team does what they're supposed to do every week, in and out. And we knew we were going to come here and put on a show, and that's exactly what we did.
Jesse Hart and your team feels disrespected by the rankings. They feel like they should be higher in the rankings. They keep telling me to tell them. What do you feel about that?
I didn't like that either. It didn't make any sense. Dallas somehow was ahead of us. We were undefeated.
Stop disrespecting Philadelphia Smoke. We the best team in this league. We dominated. This wasn't close. This was a landslide. Give us our respect. We number one.
What should they?
Give us our respect. We the champions.
Who should they pack
Give us our pack up. We packing up Dallas. Next, we packing up Miami. We the best team in the league. Give us our respect.
You heard it from the champs from last year. Give them that respect, baby.
Philadelphia Smoke, they're the reigning champs. They're undefeated, and they back it up with action in the ring. You love the brash, you love the boldness, and you love the swag, because when you're winning like that, you can talk the way Jesse Hart is talking here. Philadelphia's on a roll.
Confidence. That's what I want to call it. Confidence. And Rashida Ellis obviously shows not only her pedigree, but also the ability to be part of a team and embrace herself with a group of fighters that have also helped her grow. That experience comes with flying hours. And Rashida, I have to say, she's not the star of the night, but in my book, she is definitely the star from beginning to end.
Well, she's the star of our Balance of Nature highlights as we take a look at the money rounds. It is round number 22. It is Rashida Ellis putting in the work and getting the stoppage against Sarah Click. The combos, they were coming against Sarah Click, and Ellis was able to close the curtains on this decorated MMA fighter.
And every single punch was a haymaker. We started seeing how slow she measured her opponent. She established her distance, but at the end, she knew exactly what she had to do. Follow through and close the big way.
Philadelphia now 4-0. They'll be back in action, like we mentioned, next week against Miami. Like we mentioned, like Jesse Hart mentioned as well. Let's take a look at the standings before we close out the first half of our Friday night doubleheader. There you see Philadelphia now in second position. Vegas at 5-0, Philly at 4-0, and Dallas now at 4-2. As this is getting pretty interesting with the top 4 teams. You also have a surging Phoenix Fury team in there who you'll see in action tomorrow night. Coming up next, it's the second half of our TCL Team Boxing League doubleheader. We return to San Antonio as the Snipers take on the Houston Hitmen, who are still searching for their first win on the season. It's coming your way in a matter of moments right here on Merit TV. Philadelphia takes it in a landslide over Dallas, 232-218. For Bubba Jenkins, for Claudia Trejos, our entire crew, I'm Justin Shackle. We'll be back in a moment for the second half of our doubleheader. Well, one thing we know by the end of the night here in San Antonio, Texas, one of these two teams, they will be in the win column for the first time in a very long time. San Antonio and Houston, they clash in the second half of our Friday night TCL Team Boxing League doubleheader as the Snipers are back home at Boeing Center at Techport to take on the Houston Hitmen. Hello again, everybody. Glad you can join us for the second half of our doubleheader along with Claudia Trejos. I'm Justin Shackle. If you were with us earlier in the night, you saw the defending champion Philadelphia Smoke take care of business and take down the Dallas Enforcers. Philadelphia remains undefeated now at 4-0. Different story with these two teams, Claudia, and with the postseason on the horizon here. It's time for a team like San Antonio to really make a move because they arguably have to win out now for the rest of their schedule. Time is now.
Yes, there is definitely no time to wait, no time to lose. Today is the day and no better moment than right now. But let's talk about Houston. When you've come all the way and you still have yet to taste the honey of victory, we have issues. I don't know if it's inside issues, if it's individual issues, but definitely at this point in time, they should have been able to at least, climb up in the stats, but not even in punches, not even one individual being able to showcase their abilities. So there's some serious issues in this team.
Now, here's what we know. We know the results haven't been there, but we know there is talent littered throughout each team's lineups, the bout sheets. We're going to see it here with Houston. Again, 0-5. Who's going to be able to step up? Here are a couple of fighters that you definitely want to keep an eye on over these 24 rounds. And there you see some of these names. Trevorez Barnes, an impressive heavyweight who is 5-4 on the season. James Earl, you're going to see him in 2 rounds tonight. Melissa Parker is another fighter that needs to be stepping up for Houston down the stretch. And then Ray Talib Jr., 7-3, one of the few bright spots. He's going to be a multi-round fighter here tonight. And Ray Talib, if this match is close, he may have a final say in the final outcome because you will see Ray Talib again in the money round. So Houston coming in at 0-5, looking for its first win of the season. San Antonio, different story. They won on opening night. They've since lost 4 straight. We saw talent throughout this roster, but it feels like some have fallen off. Some have hit some struggling points in their individual seasons. Now they're going to try and come back here and take care of business at home as we take a look at what transpired for San Antonio just last week, or rather last weekend against Atlanta. Juri Rodriguez, who's been one of those impressive bright spots. This is a 21-year-old, again, opening some eyes in a rookie season. We see some impressive rookies with these women fighters throughout the league. You have to add her name into the list here.
There's a reason why she's called the Empress. Relentless. And she definitely knows what it needs to be done. That's why I insist there's some problems in the team per se. Ladia Williams, I really like her.
Really impressive. She did lose to Ariel Davis last week. We'll talk about that as the night progresses. But there you see the raw talent, the raw power from this 140-pounder. She's going to be in a single-round action against the veteran Samantha Ginfin for Houston. So it's going to be looked at as a bounce-back type of night for Latia Williams. We'll see if she can continue to impress in her rookie campaign. There you take a look at the latest TCL standings. Like we mentioned, Philadelphia beating down Dallas earlier tonight. So the Smoke are 4-0. Idle Las Vegas is 5-0. You have the Phoenix Fury surging now at 4-2. They're one of the hottest teams in the league. I feel like if you're San Antonio, you're Houston, there's still time to maybe draw inspiration from a team like Phoenix, who caught fire after a slow start. There's time to make a move here in the 2025 season. Let's take a look at the launch round fight card for you. And right off the bat, there's a couple of those big names like we mentioned. Ray Talib Jr., he's going to be going in against a fighter in Tracy Magruder, who is making his season debut here for San Antonio. Ray Abakwe, Corey Catt, that's going to be a 2-round fight. But when we take a look at rounds to watch here, Claudia, I got my eyes right locked in on number 1. That is Britton Hart, stepping inside the boxing ring here in Team Combat League, taking on the aforementioned Julie Rodriguez.
Exactly. I like the ability of these two young ladies that have obviously a lot of heart, and they need to bring it in tonight. They got to be locked in, ready to go, because this can make or break the team's not only position in the standings, but let's call it out, the energy of the team. Because who's worse? Who's in a worse position right now after you've had 4 straight losses, after a great start, or you haven't even yet gotten a win? Who has really the ability to dig deep and get that next win?
Well, in our prior matchup earlier in the night, we saw the women captivate the crowd. They brought the energy. Bubba Jenkins is there ringside. We saw Rashida Ellis take care of business. We saw Jasmine Hampton literally stand on business. She stood over her opponent after knocking her out and getting the stoppage in her TCL debut. I don't know, Bubba. Claudia and I think the women are going to have a big say in this one as well. What are you seeing as we get ready for the launch rounds?
Absolutely. Anytime you get the TCL involved and you get the women's involved, there's going to be a little bit of gap, and there's going to be some ladies hitting their back, and that's what we're going to see here. But I want to focus on a little bit, like you said earlier, Ray Talib might have a final say in things when he's going against a debuter. Now, the things about the debuters are they don't know how the TCL works. It's all action. It's all fast-paced. But then we got somebody who's not a debuter in James Earl. He's been on a couple different teams, and he's been here since the start. So we got a lot of action going on here tonight. It's going to be a Texas Roadhouse showdown with the two Texas teams right here in San Antonio. And of course, I'm going to be your ringside general. So anytime y'all need me, tap in with me, baby. I'm going to be right there for you.
Where's your Stetson, Bubba? Where's the cowboy hat?
Listen, I left it in Phoenix. I had a Nashville one. I ain't want to overdo it too much. But next time I'm in Texas, I think I'm going to come with a belt buckle. That's what I need, a belt buckle.
There you go.
I
promise you, I'll get you one.
You'd be coming in hot 3 weeks in a row there, man. We'll be talking to you throughout the broadcast. And something else to keep an eye on here, Claudia, the launch rounds, pay attention, because 7 of the 8 rounds we see in the launch rounds, we're going to see them in the money round. So a lot's going to be settled here over these first 8 rounds.
Now, my question is, strategically, why isn't Tavoris Barnes on the opening rounds? Why?
I feel like a lot of fighters within this league, and there's a few for each team, they may prefer to get their night started a little bit later, maybe in the middle rounds. Why? You'd have to ask them, that's for sure, but it could be a routine. It could be a matter of maybe them surveying the situation.
I'm going to tell you why I have a problem with that. If you are down and out, you need to set up a pace. You need to set up a rhythm. And that's why you need to get your biggest, strongest, fastest guy to open the bouts. That would set the rhythm for the rest of the evening. That's my problem.
Imagine heavyweights leading off.
Why not?
That would be a showstopper right there.
Why not?
Well, Tavoris Barnes, we're going to have to wait for him coming up. He's going to be a 2-round fighter. Coming up next, we are going to meet Tavoris Barnes and the Houston Hitmen, as well as the host team, the San Antonio Snipers. Ring walks, launch rounds. It's all coming up next, right after this.
It's fight night in the fight capital. Vegas brings the heat. Twice. First up, the Phoenix Fury takes on the hard-hitting Miami Assassins. Then, a slick LA Elite team battles the league-leading Las Vegas Hustle. Keep your gloves up before your luck runs out. Phoenix, Miami, then LA, Vegas. Tomorrow night at 7:30 on Merit TV.
When it comes to family, I always do what's best. My parents taught me that. That's why I called A Place for Mom. Their personalized guidance was just what I needed to find senior living for Mom. And their advice is free to families. Not just free, invaluable. Our advisor gave us options based on our needs and budget, guiding us to the best decision. I never expected a free service to make such a difference. Our service comes at no cost to your family. Connect with us today.
I'll take Balance of Nature until the day I die. I really like the fact that Balance of Nature has the ingredients that I enjoy for my own physical benefit. You definitely notice a difference when you take it versus when you don't. It certainly makes me feel more alive.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Claim this offer by using discount code FIGHT.
Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing League. As a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. Summer Friday in San Antonio. Boeing Center at Techport, ready for the action with the home team. The San Antonio Snipers moments away from entering the arena. First up, it's the Houston Hitmen, and we go inside the ring with Patrick Creighton.
Fight fans, welcome and thank you for joining us at Boeing Center at Techport right here in San Antonio. I'd like to thank the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation along with Program Director Greg Alvarez for hosting our event tonight. We'd also like to thank our sponsors, Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, Balance of Nature, Serenity Springs Recovery Centers, HotelPlanner.com, Tim Smith Spirits. First up, please welcome the Houston Hitmen.
Well, the Houston Hitmen entering the ring again at 0-5. And the wheels really fell off last time we saw them 3 weeks ago now, May the 16th. They lost by 15 to a really talented Atlanta attack. But before that, they had not lost a match by more than 10 points. So they've stayed with their opponents. We'll see how they come off that last defeat.
Justin, a loss is a loss is a loss. Be it 1 point, be in 10 points is a loss.
From former WBA light middleweight champion and current BKFC welterweight champion, Austin No Doubt Trout, Houston Hitmen. Current BKFC champion, bantamweight, Britain Hart. Featherweight, Martel the Menace Washburn. Lightweight, James the Fresh Prince Earl. Lightweight, Israel Rodriguez. WBA Continental USA Champion, WBC USNBC Champion, welterweight Quentin Quick Draw Randall. Super welterweight Renard Alif Ali Talib. Middleweight Rafael Igbokwe. WBA Latino Champion, heavyweight Nogi Dominican Dynamite Aguilera. Former ABO and current Texas champion, lightweight Nelson Hot Hands Hampton. Super lightweight Samantha Kennethan. Super middleweight Jaden Britton. Light heavyweight Darian Heron. Cruiserweight Donnell Pierce. Heavyweight Travaris the Bear Barnes. And their opponents, your hometown, San Antonio Snipers!
Just need me a ticket for the money train on Peaceful Lane. All you gotta do is believe. 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 All you gotta do is believe.
Pretty fitting that the main message in their walkout song is all you have to do is believe, because this team still believes in its postseason chances. But AC Bryant, their head coach, called tonight make or break. For us to have a chance, we have to win all of our last 3 fights. That starts tonight with Houston, later on with Nashville and Boston. Those are winnable matchups, as is tonight. We'll see if they can try and run the table.
The wonderful thing about boxing is all it takes is one punch. You can have the puncher's luck or just one bad day at the office.
From retired U.S. Army Master Sergeant with 2 tours of duty in combat, AC Bryant's San Antonio Snipers. Olympic trialist, Pan American gold medalist, bantamweight Juri Rodriguez. U.S. Army veteran, multi-time All-Army boxing team member, featherweight Daniel Bailey. Lightweight Francie Elodon Sayar. Lightweight Javier Fernandez. Mega Brawl Season 1 champion, 4-time Buffalo, New York Golden Golden Gloves champion, welterweight Charles Garner. Super welterweight Tracy Magruder. Former Texas light heavyweight champion, middleweight Corey Snapback Cad. Heavyweight Leonardo Minor. Lightweight Sean Bad Boy Bates. Super lightweight Latia Williams. Five-time Mississippi Golden Gloves champion, 2016 Olympic qualifier, super middleweight Macro Hall Jr. Light heavyweight Frankie Solomon Jr. Cruiserweight Adrian Taylor. Heavyweight Zachary Spiller.
One team is 0-5, another has lost 4 in a row. They're at 1-4. Tonight, one team will walk out in the win column. San Antonio and Houston ready to go at it in a Southwest Division showdown from Boeing Center at Techport. We already saw Philadelphia come away with a win in this building tonight over Dallas. Now the home team has filled it up, and we're getting ready to go with a pair of bantamweights.
In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, current PKFC champion, Britton Hart. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Olympic trialist and Pan American gold medalist, Jury Rodriguez.
Ready to go for 24 individual 3-minute rounds here in San Antonio. Let's do it. Round number 1, Britton Hart, Jury Rodriguez. Pleasure to have you join us here in the second half of our Friday doubleheader. Justin Shackle, Claudia Trejos, and Bubba Jenkins. And Claudia, Britton Hart, she's making her TCL debut. She's had a ton of success on other platforms in the MMA world. Why does the amateur pedigree of Julia Rodriguez get thrown out the window if you're Britton Hart?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I would definitely not say that, specifically now the way Jury just started. Britton Hart, we cannot take anything away from her heart and her desire. She has a lot of boxing experience that can reflect how calm she is in the ring. But look at Jury. Jury is establishing her jab very quickly. No doubt that she understands that in terms of pedigree, she needs to reflect that experience in the Pan Am Games, being part of the USA team. That comes with a lot of international experience, fighting with people that they could see only minutes after a weigh-in. So this is nothing new for her, and that's why. Look how she feints with her jab to just do a beautiful cross with her left.
How much of an uphill battle is it for the Britton Harts? A couple of weeks ago, we saw Tierra Brand, an accomplished Muay Thai fighter, that step into this realm where they're facing these full-time boxers who have accomplished so much at a young age. They're doing it, especially on the amateur level, but they're so well versed in this boxing space. What type of uphill battle is that?
A lot. There's a difference in stance. There's a difference in the way you just let your hands go, strategy. But, you know, if we're going to go into the nitty-gritty, a fight is a fight is a fight. And sometimes when you are really in there and going toe-to-toe, fight plan, strategy, even technique goes out the window. You know, who said it best? Mike Tyson. You have a plan until you get punched in the face. And this is clearly the case. Again, Britain Hart has a lot of experience in the boxing realm. Let's not forget the type of exposure that Jerry has. And that's what gives her that confidence to walk in with so much dominance against Britain Hart. There's no hesitation, there's no doubt. Even her feet, very well planted. She sits into her punches. There's a little bounciness in Brittany, but I think it has more to do with nervousness rather than just her style.
Final moments of round one. We'll see these two open up the middle rounds in round number 9. Again, 7 of these 8 launch round fights. They will go again in the money rounds.
11 fights in the professional ranks for Britain Hart, but look at Jerry. Look at that jab, nice and straight. Look at that nice left hook right into the jaw. There's precision, there's timing. She can take a punch, she doesn't blink, and she just counter punches with perfect timing.
The winner of this round by unanimous decision, 10-9, in the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Jerry Rodriguez.
That's why you profiled her in the very beginning of our broadcast.
San Antonio leads 10-9. This round brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round 2 is in the 126-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Martel the Menace Washburn. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, U.S. Army veteran, multi-time All-Army boxing team member, Daniel Bailey.
Here we go with round number 2. 2 126-pounders. Daniel Bailey in the white trunks for San Antonio. Martel Washburn in the black for Houston. If you're joining us for the first time with a TCL event and you're asking yourself, what is going on right now? This isn't conventional boxing. Well, yes, that's very true. A TCL event is made up of 24 individual 3-minute rounds. Fighters get in the ring. They have 3 minutes to make a good impression in the eyes of the judges to earn points for their team. This is team boxing. And then those 3 minutes conclude. The next pair of fighters get in the ring. Saw Julie Rodriguez earn herself and her team a 10-9 decision. Judges will award a winning fighter a standard 10-9 score for a decision, a 10-8 score for when a fighter records a knockdown, or a 10-7 score for 2 knockdowns or a stoppage. And those points are added to the overall team score.
You can definitely see the type of experience and training that Daniel Bailey has. Straight up, body's well balanced. The weight is divided in both legs. The compass is very close to hip distance. I hate to say it, but it's typical military structure.
He's a 4-time Army champion, a 4-time national amateur champion.
And there's a particular style to that type of boxing. You know, when they have their intramurals, it's that sense. It's almost like Eastern European, you know, Klitschko style, Vasily Lomachenko. Very, very straight up.
They have great posture.
Yes.
This is just his second event of 2025, a career 7-4 TCL fighter. AC Bryant was very happy to be getting Daniel Bailey and Francis Saya, who you'll see up next. Also, Zachary Spiller back in the regular fold. Those are all fighters that you're going to be seeing twice tonight.
The Menace is trying to establish something, trying to almost lure Bailey in. As you can see, he keeps dancing back and forth, trying to allow Bailey to cut the gap, close the gap, but he's not falling into that trap. Very little action by Washburn. The Menace is not being very menace.
Oh, knocked out at the bell.
Yes.
There's a knockdown. Daniel Bailey with a blockbuster at the bell. Extra points for San Antonio. How about that?
Ah! That was beautiful. It was a beautiful right into the jaw, and Washburn did not see it coming. Like a scorpion. Look at that. It was quick, swift. Nice, short straight, right into Washburn's face.
This round by the score of 10-8. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Daniel Bailey.
In one fluid motion at the bell, Daniel Bailey picking up a 10-8 decision for his team.
17. Round 3, it's in the 135-pound division. In the blue corner,
we get to see him on the 23rd round, so let's see if he makes the adjustments.
The Fresh Prince Earl. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Princey Elodon Saya.
Round number 3, Saya for San Antonio in the white trunks. James Earl in the black for the Hitmen. Third year in the TCL. James Earl has gone 14-11 overall, a 4-4 mark this season. Earl faced Frenchie Saya last year. He won a 9-8 round according to the judges. And we fought him earlier this year and lost a 10-8 round after being dropped.
There's a slight advantage in height for James Earl. Let's see if that makes a difference. Tonight has not been a good day for Dominican fighters.
These are two pretty tall 135-pounders.
Yeah.
Just under 6 feet.
5'10" and 5'9". But let's not forget that Saya comes from training in California, despite him being part of this team. And the type of sparring that he gets exposed over there is very deep. The talent pool is extensive. Headbutt.
Referee taking a closer look at Earl.
You know, he already lost to Earl last year, June. So there might be a little bit of bitter taste in his mouth.
Whoa, how about that? Earl with his back turned to him.
Right, exactly. And both gloves touch the canvas. Both gloves touch the canvas. Whoa, 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 whoa. This could turn ugly. This could turn ugly. I'm telling you, there's a little bit of a bitter taste for Saya right now. And you can see there's a little bit of blood there from the headbutt. But both gloves touched the canvas. He was off balance. He didn't even clean the gloves. There's a level of frustration. You can see it now. And there's a whole minute left. And Earl is showing a little bit of frustration just because he hasn't been able to connect to flush, another headbutt.
I was about to ask, can we get through the final minute cleanly? And apparently,
no.
They answered that for me before I could even get it out. And he's down.
Wow. And you could see Earl was frustrated. And again, we never talk about that. But the fact that he was already not being able to connect flush, he was already being, taunted. But Saya knew exactly what to do. He already knew. He had already faced him. It had a bitter taste after that loss.
And this could get even uglier,
yes,
Claudia.
We still have a little bit of this round left. And Saya is doing a great job with that taunting. You can't, you cannot let your emotions get the better part of you. And that showboating doesn't help. But there you go.
Can we fast forward to round number 19 when these two will get back in the ring?
Yes. Let's see if Earl, the Fresh Prince, can put it together. You know what? The first time, that should have been counted as a knockdown. He was hit, and both gloves went down to the canvas. If we get a chance to see the replay, I know I'm asking for a little too much, but you can see Saya is definitely enjoying it. Not just because he knocked him down, but this is payback. This is vindication. In June, he said that was a fluke, and he was not let it happen. He was not going to let it happen again.
2-8 in the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Frenchie Elodon Saya. San Antonio leads 30-25.
Only 16 rounds until round 19, Claudia. Only 16 rounds.
But I got a better math for you. In only 3 fights, there's already a 5-point spread.
135-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Israel Rodriguez. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Javier Fernandez.
All right, start of round 4. Rodriguez and Fernandez at 135 pounds. First of 2 rounds, these two will go at it here tonight. Let's go to Bubba Jenkins, who's ringside.
Yes, sir. I got your general side right here. I'm with Corey Cott, TCL vet, been in the game, been in the Dallas team, has seen it all. You guys started out with a fast victory in the beginning and haven't won since. What do you think that is, and what do you think the cause is, how we get into the victory lane?
We started off pretty hot, then, our energy been off, but it seemed like we're getting it back. As of right now, we're on the roll, so we just got to keep that going and keep that momentum flowing.
Well, we got a little Dallas action going on. We're here in Texas. You're not on Dallas anymore. You're on San Antonio's team. They fought a little bit earlier. What do you got to do to get the crowd involved? Because they took a beating earlier, but we're trying to not have that for you guys. The crowd's happy. What do you got to do?
Keep doing what we're doing. They feeling our vibe right now, and they clapping us up. They cheering us on right now.
All right, you heard it from Corey Card. You got the Texas in your voice. Y'all can hear it. We got the interviews. Y'all got the action. Back to you guys.
We'll see Corey Cad in 2 rounds later on here in the launch phase in round 7, also in round number 20. Here, Javier Fernandez is making his season debut tonight. This is his 3rd TCL season overall. He's in the white trunks. Israel Rodriguez in the black. Fernandez, 22-year-old out of San Antonio. 18-0 record with 9 KOs in regular boxing. Just won his last match last month in his hometown.
Very calm. Very calm. Israel Rodriguez came in hot. Launching some serious flurry.
There's a big right hand. Another one, Claudia. Right hands coming in from Rodriguez.
But Javier Fernandez does not lose his cool. He does not lose his composure. He sits nice and tight like he is right now, willing to just take the punches and pushing off the opponent. A little bit of lackluster right here in his footwork, not walking the ring the way he should. But you know, Israel Rodriguez is showing absolutely no respect, letting his hands go.
Israel Rodriguez.
Jerry Rodriguez.
Jerry Rodriguez looking on closely. Familial ties.
And if you notice, it's the same attitude in the ring. Head down, chin tucked in, and just letting big hands go, and he is knocked down.
Referee starts the count. Rodriguez putting in the work the entire round. It pays off right there with a knockdown.
Oh, right before the round ended, but I'm telling you, Israel Rodriguez walked in, and even though he has less experience, he was willing to let the hands go.
Rodriguez,
and he was very effective.
Yeah, looking back at his Houston teammates, trying to say, come on, plenty of time to get going here. Let's start it up.
It was a delayed reaction. Actually, it's Javier who connects. It's not even a punch, it's more like a push. He connected that left, and then he lost his balance. Unfortunate.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-8. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Israel Rodriguez.
First win for Houston this evening.
San Antonio leads 38-35. Round 5 is in the 147-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, WBA Continental USA Champion, WBC USNBC Champion, Quentin Quick Draw Randall. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Mega Brawl Season 1 champion, 4-time Buffalo, New York Golden Gloves champion, Charles Garner.
Charles Garner, a staple for the San Antonio Snipers in the white trunks against Quentin Randall. A pair of welterweights in round number 5. Garner's a 31-year-old southpaw, though he's fighting orthodox to start the 5th round.
No question, the paper says he's a southpaw, but usually when you are a southpaw, you start as a southpaw. That way you throw your opponent off balance. So if he is a southpaw, why is he starting orthodox? I'm just asking. Wonder. .59 for Garner, who has a little bit more experience in the professional ranks of boxing. 22 fights total.
Also, as an amateur, he won 4 Buffalo Golden Glove titles. Trying to get San Antonio back on track here after Houston won its first round of the night. Two teams who've tasted minimal success over the course of a season from a team concept. You wonder if the swing of one round can have some type of residual effect that go deep into the matches here tonight.
We just saw it with Javier Fernandez. You know, that one knockdown gave Israel Rodriguez the win, and therefore 3 points. So that made a difference. After a 6-point deficit, now they're brought it down to 3. That's the importance of every single round. Not much action. I'm concerned because I was expecting more from Quentin Randall. Being the taller guy.
Randall just really hasn't let his hands go.
At all. We can't even say it's a touch jab. It's not even a jab. He won't even start it. He hasn't done anything. 10 seconds later, we will have just the winner by a little bit more of action, but there was no flush punches. There was nothing. What was that? Not even a good dancing partner.
We know that Texas judges like aggression, like activity. Again, minimal activity from both fighters, but when you compare Randall to Gardner, Gardner's way more active, side by side.
Well, at least he danced and moved. Yeah. I don't understand. But look at the body language.
This round by unanimous decision, 10-9, out of the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Charles Garner. San Antonio leads 48-44. This round brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 6 is in the 154-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Reynard Elif Ali Talib. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Tracy Magruder.
Tracy Magruder, Ray Talib Jr., only round of the night for these two. Magruder's making his season debut. He was in the TCL last year, went 0-4. 33-year-old out of Rochester, New York. Ray Talib, meanwhile, has been a staple in this Houston lineup. His second TCL season. 34-year-old southpaw.
And he has a good, solid record for somebody who's starting boxing. 7-1 with 2 knockouts. He very much an athlete, played basketball. And basketball players, they understand the need to have good, solid footwork. They know how to plant.
And Talib grew up playing basketball all the way to junior college, and he was introduced to boxing by one of his really close friends who trained boxing in the Army. And then Ray began underground boxing matches, which is pretty common, before fully committing to the sport. He had some legal issues, spent time in jail, but when he was released, he dedicated himself to the sport. Had his first amateur fight at 25, and here he is at 34.
Ray with a very open stance. Watch those legs. His compass is quite wide.
Magruder looks like a massive 154-pounder compared to Talib.
Yes. I hate to keep bringing this up, but the footwork is key, and obviously Magruder doesn't see yet that he's dealing with a southpaw. Maybe now he realizes.
Oh, these are punishing shots, Claudia. Talib is eating big-time shots from Tracy Magruder. My goodness.
That's a knockdown. That's a knockdown. That was the consequence of a punch.
Can Magruder inflict more pain here with under a minute to go?
He's going to have to finish it off. Continue what he's doing.
He has to earn again the opportunity to potentially score a 10-8 knockdown, or a 10-8 round rather, against Ray Talib Jr.
Yeah, that stance, his legs are so wide that he should be able to just throw him off balance, which is exactly what he did in the previous combination.
Another
nice
right hand.
Movement. Nice head movement. We got 10 more seconds to go, Justin. There's not much time to sleep on this.
You wonder if Magruder felt that he actually knocked Talib down, whether or not he could have come away with extra points.
I'd like to see exactly how the sequence. See? He was off balance. Look at that beautiful combination. He knows exactly what to do. That was actually on defensive mode.
Talib was hurt.
Yes, that was defensive
The
mode.
winner of this round by unanimous decision by a score of 10-9 out of the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Tracy Magruder. San Antonio leads 58-53. Round 7 is in the 160-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Rafael Igbokwe. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, former Texas light heavyweight champion, Corey Snapback Cad.
Corey Cad in the white trunks, Rafael Igbokwe in the black trunks. Rafael also goes by Ray. As these two go at it here in round number 7, they'll go at it again in round number 20. Pair of middleweights.
Once you've been in the big stage and you've already performed under the big lights, that gives you a certain level of confidence. That's for Cad. Now, Igbokwe, we understand he's powerful. We understand he could be, he brings that African boxing style, very unorthodox. He's not the kind of fighter that gets into the rhythm. He's in the no rhythm. Very awkward, and that's exactly what he's doing. A little too low, but look at that back. That back reflects power.
But the enthusiasm was pretty palpable in our earlier bout with Philadelphia and Dallas, and they could definitely feel the noise being brought by some of these fans for San Antonio, no?
Absolutely. Listen, it's funny that you say that because Corey Cad is one of the San Antonio favorites. Now, I'm not saying he's one of the better boxers of the team, even though he's been here for a couple of years and have done some good things for not only Dallas when he was on their team, but San Antonio as well. But he loves to bring the crowd. The crowd loves him. So whenever he gets in there and it gets a little bit wild and a little bit crazy, even if he's not punching and landing, the crowd is getting behind him and they love his excitement. So you got to love when there's a crowd pleaser in the fight.
He's been a consistent 2-round fighter for San Antonio in 2025.
When you're under the tutelage of somebody like Bobby Benton, you understand that you're a brawler puncher. And he likes to train those type of fighters. And he's the type of trainer that allows you to keep your own style, but just add a little bit more technique and just make sure you have those tools in your shed ready to come out when necessary. And he cuts the ring beautifully. Cad hasn't been able to just walk his way or even walk him down. It's the smaller guy walking Cad down.
Rafael's doing a good job of just kind of staying in Corey's face and just really making it an ugly, dirty fight, right? A lot of these guys want their space and they don't want to be smothered. So it really shows them how to get off their technique and get the punches just like that. Corey got a little bit of space and he was able to land a couple of his punches and do some damage. And what I was saying earlier was Rafael was doing a good job of getting inside of the taller Corey Cad and really mucking it up and making the fight a little bit uglier than it could be.
Yeah, just an unorthodox style. Back in the day, we would talk about that with Pernell Whitaker, just being able to smother the opponent. Look at that. He is cornering the bigger guy. Just because he keeps it so tight that Cad didn't have space to just open up in order to throw those long punches, those long jabs, and those long crosses.
So we'll see how the refs score this one. Second to last round in the launch rounds.
The winner of this round by unanimous decision by a score of 10-9 in the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Corey Snapback Can. Round 8.
Let's move on to round 8.
205-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, WBA Latino champion, Nagi Dominican Dynamite Aguilera. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Donato Minor.
Donato Minor trying to close out a strong launch round performance for his San Antonio Snipers squad. The heavyweight in his first season, Nagi Aguilera, 38 years of age, 2 tall heavyweights closing out the launch round phase.
6'3" and 6'2". Let's not blink, because at any given minute, somebody can throw a serious haymaker, and I'm not sure either one has the ability. They both have lost. I'm sorry, they both have lost by way of knockout, so that gives me a good indication of the quality of their chin.
They have an entertaining style, though. They leave it all out there. Can Aguilera stop the bleeding for his Houston team? Now there it is. Minor hits the floor. Aguilera scoring a knockdown a little over a minute into round number 8.
And judging by the physique, people would say, well, Nagi has no chance. And somebody once said to me, this is not a bodybuilding contest.
Aguilera trying to pounce.
Oh, but he's got to. He already touched him. Now he's got to finish.
Now he's in line.
Yes.
For a 10-8 round. He snuck in a right hand that landed straight away. I do like the calmness of Aguilera here, Claudia. He knows he has time.
And maybe he doesn't want to finish him off completely, because he does have the opportunity to face Donato in the 18th round. So, but look at that. Solid. Oof!
Oh, big chin turner. The hand just grazing the chin of Donato Minor.
Oh, no. I felt that. I felt that. I think his pituitary is still wondering where it is. Oof.
Can Donato Minor withstand another sequence like that from Aguilera?
And we still have 30 seconds. And Nagi is shutting me up because I didn't want him in these initial rounds. He's putting me in my corner. Look at that.
Good body work.
Yes.
Aguilera not abandoning the body in all of his impressive stretches here in round number 8. Nagi Aguilera scores a knockdown. And he leaves room for more later on in the money rounds.
Maybe he just wants to be able to close the fight.
So he was playing with his food here.
Yeah, he was playing with his food. Yes. Just teaching him, showing him what he's going to be using as the pièce de résistance. Now, if you really look at it from another angle, those were low blows. But that was a beautiful right into his chin.
Nagi Dominican Dynamite Aguilera. This is the first intermission with our score, Houston Hitmen 72.
San Antonio, the home squad, all over the Houston Hitmen here in the launch rounds. As Nagi Aguilera makes it a little bit close, Houston only comes away with 2 rounds Still, a 4-point difference makes it interesting. Middle rounds are up next from Boeing Center at Techport after this.
Step into a world of simplicity, reflection, and tranquility.
Tell me what I did.
Enjoy private accommodations, curated meals, and a minimalist lifestyle designed to help you reconnect with what truly matters.
And I will watch.
Let go of distractions and embrace the calm.
Break it up.
Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday, only on Merit TV.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. End of 8 rounds, San Antonio's in front 76-72 over Houston as they try and snap a 4-match losing streak. Back inside our studios, Justin Shackle, Claudia Trejos with you. So 6 of the 8 rounds in the launch phase won by San Antonio, but it shows the value of knockdowns, potential stoppages later on. But Houston gets 2 10-8 rounds. They pick up the knockdowns within these 8 rounds. They're right in it. Only a 4-point swing.
Yes, and it's remarkable to understand that it just takes that one extra punch like we just saw with Nagy Aguilera. And I was complaining because I wanted the one guy, the star guy, to be in these initial rounds. Well, Nagy just literally made me shut up because he closed it like the guy that he was meant to do. Just clip it, make sure that the distance is a little shorter, and then now we go into those mid rounds. Maybe now is when everything gets a little tighter.
And then you go even further back to the 10-8 decision. Israel Rodriguez picking it up at the bell. Very impressive.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the launch round highlights. They're brought to you by The Balance of Nature. And we'll start off with one of the 10-8 decisions going the other way. This was the most entertaining round among the first 8. Frenchie Saya, James Earl getting chippy all round, but Frenchie throwing a little mustard with that left hand.
But I think Sayas did a great job at just throwing Earl out of his game. It was more of a mental game at that point, and then boxing just followed. He was so frustrated.
Yeah, we'll see these two later on in round number 19. And then the very next round, round number 4, like we were talking about, Israel Rodriguez, Javier Fernandez.
Israel Rodriguez came in with so much energy, so much power, and even though Javier Fernandez has a lot more experience, it was Rodriguez that just imposed his boxing style and took that win.
Rodriguez picks up the 10-8 decision. Here's a look at the middle round fight card for you. It'll start off with Juri Rodriguez and Britton Hart once again. They led off the show in round number 1, but when you take a look at rounds to watch, we want to focus in on a single round showdown because in round 12, you'll have Samantha Ginnathan, a veteran with this Houston squad, coming up against one of the more impressive first-year fighters in Latia Williams. And Latia Williams, entering last week, was 4-0. She ran into Atlanta's Ariel Davis, who's one of the best women in the league, bar none. And Davis showed Latia that there are levels to boxing. We know Latia has been off to a great start, but she is also getting a late start to her boxing career overall. I'm going to be interested to see how she bounces back after last weekend.
Well, the one thing is, even though she started late, she's catching up very quickly. I just have one word to you: left. Keep that left hand in sight because that's going to finish things early, I think.
That is round number 12. Ginnathan and Latia Williams coming up. Right now, we are getting ready to go for the launch of the middle rounds. Round number 9 coming up. Here's Patrick Creighton.
Score, San Antonio 76, Houston 72. Welcome to the middle rounds. Round 9 is at the 118-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, current BKFC champion, Britton Hart. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Olympic trialist, Pan American gold medalist, Yuri Rodriguez.
Start of round number 9, Britton Hart, Yuri Rodriguez. Let's go to Bubba Jenkins.
What's going on? I'm here with Israel Rodriguez from Houston, and we're currently taking a look at his sister, Rodriguez, from San Antonio. Now, earlier we heard you rooting for your sister. I don't know if they're going to like that over there in Houston. Tell us about that.
Yeah, they were trying to fight me in there as well, but, I mean, you know, that's my sister. I wanted to be quiet, but I couldn't help but shout for her, you know, hey, keep that press, throw that jab. But, you know, it's all love at the end of the day.
Now, is it a family affair? Is it just you and your sister, or how'd you guys get into this sport?
Yeah, right now it's just me and my sister, but I used to have 2 older brothers who fought as well. They don't box right now, but, you know, I wouldn't test them. They still got them hands. But for right now, it's just me and my sister.
Now, how are you guys going to get it? Are you guys going to win, or your sister going to have some bragging rights when she gets to the house?
Well, it's too early to talk about that right now. We still got it halfway there, but we'll see. We'll definitely see.
All right, well, we're back to you guys. We're seeing right now that I guess blood is still thicker than Gatorade. On to you guys.
Israel Rodriguez getting set for his round 11 rematch against Javier Fernandez. And we see Yuri here trying to improve to 7-1.
And it's Britton Hart who's pouncing on the prey, cutting up the ring, not letting Yuri go on her walkabouts. But we already know what Yuri can do. So I'm highly impressed with the fact that Britton is willing to bring the action to her. That 1-2, just setting it up with the jab flawlessly. And she stays out of range with half a step.
I was about to ask you, I was going to say, she knows her distance so well.
Ah, brilliant minds think alike.
There we go. We're going to hear from Yuri on the other end when Israel's in action in round 11. Best stretch of the night, probably from Britton Hart right here.
You know, she has a lot of heart. There's a lot of heart and dedication, and you can tell that she's not going to let this round just go. She's really bringing the action to Yuri. Despite knowing that first round was brutal for her and she took a lot of beating.
Right hand connects by Yuri Rodriguez.
The difference in style, very solid, very straight, typical Mexican style. Britton is a little bit more mobile. Good head movement. Oh, nice left hook right into Britton Hart's face.
Yuri Rodriguez catching Britton Hart as she's coming in.
I wonder how the leather is tasting right now. You can see the satisfaction in Yuri Rodriguez's face.
She knows she's on the way to another round victory.
See, that overhand right on cue going into Hart's face. And see how she just taps her jab. It's a very short tab just to make sure that she's got her distance, and then very quickly into the overhand right. Great left hook right there, also into Hart's face.
Winner of this round by unanimous decision, 10-9 in the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Yuri Rodriguez. San Antonio leads 86-81. This round brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round 10 is in the 135-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, former ABO and current Texas champion, Nelson Hot Hands Hampton. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Sean Bad Boy Bates.
Nelson Hampton, Sean Bates. First look at these two fighters tonight. San Antonio is now taking a 5-point lead in the team score. Nelson Hot Hands Hampton, 1-6 in his first season. He beat Jack Sambiaku of Dallas, Claudia, in his TCL debut. He's since lost 6 straight.
Maybe that took just every single little bit of energy he had inside.
We saw Sambiaku shine despite Dallas coming up short against Philadelphia earlier tonight.
Oh, up and down, up and down. I love it when they double up on that straight and they just go into the body and then downstairs. Great.
Bates in the white trunks, Hampton in the black. When you take a look at the records for both fighters, both Hampton and Bates have dropped 6 in a row.
I'd like to see
a microcosm of these two teams.
You're horrible. Well, I've been saying that from the get-go. There's got to be issues within the team because when you see the individuals, there's good quality boxing in there. So there's got to be some either chemistry issues, organizational issues, or just, I don't know, lack of something. Because the quality's there.
Hampton administering some serious punishment with his punches. They have landed with impact here. Can Bates provide an answer? Less than a minute to go. These two will hook horns again in round 17.
Whoa.
Big swing and a miss with the right, though Bates connected with the left.
Sounded like the Yankees box. Says the Dodger fan. Ooh, again. He just swings without even looking. That could be a problem for Bates eventually. Big mistake, you cannot stay against the ropes.
These are some hard throws for both fighters, my goodness.
Especially, and it's so detrimental when you throw those big punches and you don't connect. That takes a lot out of you.
Punching air is more detrimental than obviously landing the impact shots, but just from a conditioning standpoint, it knocks so much wind out of you.
Yeah. And you saw the counter punching on Nelson Hampton. Beautifully nice, those long arms. The mitt is right in his face, the elbow is right in the hip, protecting the whole side.
10-9 in favor of Nelson Hampton. Our second judge scores this round 10-9 in favor of Sean Bates. Our third judge scores this round 10-9 for the winner. Via split decision from the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Nelson Hot Hands Hampton.
Well,
San Antonio
can't disagree with that.
leads
No, I can't.
95-91. Round 11 is in the 135-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Israel Rodriguez. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Javier Fernandez.
So Fernandez in the white trunks in the ring, the teammate of Julie Rodriguez, but her brother, Israel Rodriguez, is going up against her teammate. Let's get her thoughts with Bubba Jenkins.
Yeah, that's right. I'm here with Julie Rodriguez, who just beat a bare-knuckle champion, as Dewey came over to tell us. Boxing's in your blood. You got to tell us about it as we're watching your brother.
Yeah, so I come from a family of boxers. My grandpa, my dad, and now my brothers. I got 4 other brothers who box. They had to do it, but for me, it was a choice.
It was a choice. So they had to be in the gym, but you just decided to be in there.
Yep. I was like, man, I'm going to try this. It looks fun. So I just got into it, yeah.
All right, so listen, I was saying earlier that blood seems to be thicker than Gatorade because you're still rooting for your brother. He's still rooting for you. But honestly, who's going to get the job done tonight? Y'all going to take it home, or is his team going to get the fight?
Man, San Antonio's going to take it home, but my brother's taking his wins home as well. Might not be Houston, but my brother's taking the wins on his record tonight. So.
Well, good job, Jury. Congratulations on your victory. And we'll watch the rest of your brother as we're, enjoying the TCL. We got the interviews. You guys catch the action. Back at you.
Yeah, for Jury, I think the best possible outcome here is a 2-round sweep for Israel Rodriguez, and those are the last 2 rounds that Houston wins tonight.
There you go.
Of course, Israel would probably want it the other way around.
Solomonic answer by Jury saying, hey, he's going to take his win, he's going to do his part, basically. But I got to tell you, the dynamic of this round is completely different from the first time they met in round 4. Fernandez being a little bit more assertive, started the action earlier in the round. Now we still have another minute. But Israel Rodriguez, he just has so much power. It's like a little bull.
Better adjustments. Literally placing Rodriguez just to his left before starting to unload. Now Rodriguez answering back a bit.
But even Fernandez is just moving a lot more than he did in the first round, the first time they met. Rodriguez just throwing haymaker after haymaker while Fernandez is trying to put together combinations that look good, and the judges see it.
Fernandez keeping his hands low. Less than 30 seconds to go here in round number 11.
I do not want to be the one scoring this round. This is a tough one. What do we recognize first? Consistency and assertiveness, or power, damage? Because Israel Rodriguez is putting some serious punishment, but the consistency on Fernandez just constantly being there in the aggression. Which one do we value more?
What a good round, though.
Yeah.
What a good round.
I wouldn't mind seeing this a 3rd time. Can we advocate for a 3rd time?
We could line it up for around 25.
Yeah, why not?
Just in case.
You see how Javier Fernandez just takes that punch, and then he's willing to close the gap, put together 4 and 5 punch combinations. Rodriguez just going for that big punch, the power, the damage.
This would be a good matchup for a traditional boxing match. 6 rounds, 8 rounds.
Ooh,
I like that.
I would love that. I would love to see how that evolves.
Judge number 1 scores this round.
Told you it was difficult.
10-9 Israel Rodriguez. Judge number 2 scores this round. 10-9 Javier Fernandez. Judge 3 scores this round 10-9 for your winner by split decision in the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Israel Rodriguez.
I'm okay with that result.
San Antonio leads.
It's tough to disagree. Split decision. Israel Rodriguez earns it.
This round brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 12 is in the 140-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Samantha Ginnethan. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Latia Williams.
All right, Claudia, this was our highlighted round, mainly to see how Latia Williams would bounce back after tasting defeat for the first time, losing 2 rounds to Ariel Davis. She's already fought Samantha Ginnethan this season. She's beaten her twice. Let's watch in and see how Latia is able to execute here.
That's exactly what she needs. A win, that's going to give her confidence. It's going to reassure somebody like her that her work, her sacrifice has actually given her good fruits. A loss is a loss. And every single fighter in the professional ranks will tell you, I learned more from a loss than from 10 wins. So perhaps it'll be a shorter day at the office for Latia. I like that jab. Samantha Ginnethan.
She has struggled here. She's 9-8 in her TCL career, but 0-6 this season. Here's Latia Williams.
Told you. Can I just make a point? Latia Williams' shoulders are massive. Massive. That's the result of a lot of work.
She has the build of a basketball player because she was one.
Oh, there you go. She reminds me of Nicole Perkins. Same physique, even though...
It's a good comparison.
Yeah.
You know, Perkins is a heavyweight.
Yeah, I was
but
just...
she has that build. You're right. I do like this controlled aggression from Latia Williams a bit more here. She's boxing in round number 12.
She's not rushing her opponent. She's not rushing into aggression. It shows a little bit of respect. She already knows what Ginnethan can have. So she's being cautious. Maybe she understands that her loss was overconfidence.
Getting in there, close range.
Yes.
Couple of right hands, rocking Ginnethan.
Yeah, but Ginnethan connected one first. That rocked Latia, and now it's just showing everybody who the boss is in this ring. Ring generalship, definitely for Williams. Watch how Williams never stands in front of her. She never squares off her feet, always in an angle. Beautiful technique, beautiful.
A good bounce back from last weekend for Latia Williams. Let's take a look at some of the action here.
Now, when she had her there, Latia could have been a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more assertive, and close the gap and finish Samantha off. She chose to step back. I would want to know why, but she had her.
The winner of this round by unanimous decision, 10-9, in the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Latia Williams. San Antonio leads 114-110. Round 13 in the 168-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Jaden Britton. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, 5-time Mississippi Golden Gloves champion, 2016 Olympic qualifier, Macro Hall Jr.
Macro Hall Jr. in the ring for San Antonio in the white trunks. First of two that he'll be in, along with Jaden Britton at super middleweight.
13 and 21. So they will be closing the money rounds right before Tavares Burns. Macro Hall.
30 years of age, out of Memphis, Tennessee. Lost a pair of rounds to Keandre Leatherwood last weekend of Atlanta. Britton just 20 years of age. Held his own, 4 and 5.
Not bad. Except the last 3 have been all losses. But he's very, very young. And Macro's showing his experience. You can't just duke it out with somebody that's 10 years older than you and stay in the corner.
San Antonio's corner urging Hall to switch to southpaw, and he does.
And then he switches back to orthodox.
These two are determined to duke it out at close range here.
Yeah.
Britton every now and then sticking his tongue out. Fighting with the mouth open.
Not good. Not smart. But yeah, they want to keep this fight right there in the middle of the ring, short distance. Which actually facilitates things for Macro Hall because he doesn't have to move, even though he's the older guy. He wants to save as much energy as possible. Don't make a move. But now he's also...
Oh, he stumbled all here. Britton trying to come forward, capitalize in the closing seconds. Throws a big right hand that connects. Jaden Britton.
He's the taller guy. He has the longest...
Oh, what a big rocker.
It's a standing knockdown.
The right hand.
Oh, my God.
Rocking back Macro Hall. He
Those
snapped out of it. My goodness.
We might have an interesting surprise today. Oh my gosh.
Let's take a look at it in real time.
Beautiful guy. Yeah, look, he was totally, his legs were completely out. Legs were done. Done. Great job. Tongue out, fighting with his mouth open. You know what?
The winner of this round by unanimous decision, 10-9. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Jaden Britton. San Antonio leads 123-120. This round brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 14 is in the 175-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Darian Heron. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Frankie Solomon Jr.
Frankie Solomon.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's making his season debut here, but Claudia, Houston's clawing back, now down by just 3.
Yes. Just like that. And now is the opportunity to even tighten up things. I did tell you that these middle rounds were going to make a difference because Houston was going to tighten up. They had to tighten up.
It's a lot of single round fighters getting in on the action here in the middle rounds. Houston side right now doing a bit more. Darian Herron trying to carry things over here into round number 14. This is his first action in about a month now. That's part of the struggle. In Houston, 0-5. They haven't been in action since May 16th. They've had 3 weeks to sit on how to figure out to find a way to into the win column.
Frankie Solomon having his debut at 35. That's a lot. Even though he's a southpaw, that's still, you know, facing young cubs that are hungry. They need to make statements.
He's been active, though. Sneaks in a left hand. In regular boxing, Claudia, he's 3-3-1. He had won 2 fights over the last 2 months, which is why he had a late start to this season here in the TCO.
Yeah, his last fight was in May, but still, let's not forget, in a fight you usually have time to allow a fight plan to evolve. Here you have 3 minutes, that's all you have. And sometimes you get a second opportunity, sometimes you don't. So this is, I hate to say it, but a young man's sport that can give me all your energy in 3 minutes. And he took that win in May. That was just a couple of weeks ago.
We've seen fighters in this league with the most decorated resumes find a way to not be able to reach their potential in traditional boxing when placed into this concept. They struggle. We have former title challengers, world title holders. It's no walk in the park just because you've built that decorated resume in regular boxing. You can have your struggles against an up-and-comer or a journeyman inside this TCL ring.
It's a time. Time is not your friend in boxing. That's why you have fighters that are 4-rounders, 6-rounders, and then when they go into 6-rounders or 8, then they sort of lose focus. Let's take a quick look. And that's Frankie Solomon taking Herron into the ropes. There's a lot of fluidity to his boxing.
The winner of this round by unanimous decision, 10-9, out of the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Frankie Solomon Jr. San Antonio leads 133-129.
35-year-old man takes the win.
Is in the 199-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Darnell Pierce. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Adrian Taylor.
Here's another veteran for San Antonio, the 34-year-old Adrian Taylor. The cruiserweight out of Dallas lost a pair of split decisions against Jonathan Rice last week. He's lost 4 straight, and he's going up against a fighter making his TCL debut in Darnell Pierce. Pierce, a native of Frederick, Maryland. We talk about some journeymen, Claudia. Darnell Pierce has not fought in a traditional boxing match since 2017.
And he took a loss by way of knockout against Luther Smith. Whereas Adrian Taylor, he comes fresh of regular boxing in March, where he took a win by unanimous decision against Rafael Carolina. Daniel Pierce is a southpaw. They're both 6 feet tall. These are big, big guys fighting in the light heavyweights. Adrian Taylor trying to maintain that circular motion, while Darnell Pierce is just sitting in the middle of the ring. And a minute and a half has passed by, and I have yet to see a flush punch.
Slow first half to round number 15. The urgency button will need to be switched on here for the Houston Hitmen. They only trail by 4. There is an opening here before the middle rounds close out to either tie or take a lead.
And we already saw they have the talent to be able to close the gap. We were as close as 3 points. So a couple of wins, maybe a couple of knockdowns. It's possible. We're still waiting for Tavares Barnes to come back. He's the main star, the one person that's supposed to carry this team. Very little action. Very little action. I was expecting a lot more from these light heavyweights. They look heavier than 175 though. $199.
Final 10 in a very quiet round between two cruiserweights, Darnell Pierce and Adrian Taylor.
So who do we give it to? Who had less action? I'm just asking. For those that want to know.
That's an interesting question for Texas judges. Wow. Who had less action?
Yeah. I'm surprised nobody booed. Because we've had
the winner of
very
this
good
round
rounds.
by unanimous decision by the score of 10-9 out of the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Adrian Taylor.
All righty, now let's see what Tavares can do.
143-138. Round 16 is in the 205-pound plus division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Tavares the Bear Barnes. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Zachary Spiller.
Well, when we talk about the Houston Hitmen needing to make a move as a team, it's stripped down to Tavares Barnes needing to make a move and overcome a fighter in Zachary Spiller, a 6'4" southpaw heavyweight who's already picked him off twice. Spiller is 5-2 on the season, back in action here for San Antonio. Barnes, meanwhile, 5-3 on the year. He's won 5 of 6. So these two tangled on April 18th. Spiller won both.
And it's even more impressive understanding that he's coming back from knee surgery. That's why he's wearing that sleeve. But now I also see Barnes has, you know, the tape on his left shoulder.
He's got the left shoulder taped up, or the right shoulder rather, the left elbow.
Oh, right.
Jeez.
Yes. Meaning you're right, not that it's right.
Tapes on both sides.
It's the right shoulder, left elbow. Yeah, that's what happens.
'16th and final round here in the middle rounds. Every time Houston tries to creep closer, San Antonio picks up a round win.
A lot of pressure on Tavares Barnes, especially because he's the anchor. That's what we would call in teams. He's the anchor of this team. And that's why he's put in this position, so they could go into the money rounds with some level of leverage. That hasn't happened yet. They have yet to take on the lead.
Spiller and Barnes will appear again in round number 22.
And I have a good assumption as to why that's happening. If you let too many rounds go between the two outings, they get cold. And when you're that big, to warm up takes a long time. Ooh.
So that may answer your question from earlier. Why start so late?
True.
With a fighter like Travaris Barnes?
Maybe that's why. You're right. Because they wanted him to also close the money rounds, but keep it in range so he doesn't get cold.
Spiller puts the mouthpiece back in.
Very active, Travaris Barnes. But if he wants to take this round, he has to be even more active.
Has to take chances.
Yeah. You got to risk a lot, especially when you're facing somebody of that size like Zachary Spiller. Oh.
That was close.
Yes. And that had all the bad intentions, all of them.
So Spiller and Barnes, familiar with one another. They've already done it twice this season. They'll do it 2 more times here tonight. You take a look at action from round 16 and the body work Spiller put in.
Yes, Zachary knew exactly what he was doing with that left hook. If that doesn't bend your knees, it's definitely going to take the air out of your lungs.
The winner of this round by unanimous decision, 10-9, out of the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Zachary Spiller. Fight fans, we are at our second intermission. With the score,
San Antonio's built itself a 6-point lead as they take the final 3 rounds here in the middle round portion. 4 of the last 5. The Snipers trying to pull away. Can Houston mount a comeback? Plenty of action left. 8 full rounds to determine a winner in Texas tonight. We are back with the money rounds right after this.
It's fight night in the fight capital. Vegas brings the heat. Twice. First up, the Phoenix Fury takes on the hard-hitting Miami Assassins. Then, a slick LA Elite team battles the league-leading Las Vegas HOU. Keep your gloves up before your luck runs out. Phoenix, Miami, then LA, Vegas. Tomorrow night at 7:30 on Merit TV.
As a physician, there were some tough lessons of life. We have no say on quantity, but I can help with quality of life. And that became my life's mission. And that's how I started Balance of Nature. It's my desire to help people's lives. And this is the best way I can do it.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% US-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
It's fight night in the fight capital. Vegas brings the heat. Twice. First up, the Phoenix Fury takes on the hard-hitting Miami Assassins. Then, a slick LA Elite team battles the league-leading Las Vegas HOU. Keep your gloves up before your luck runs out. Phoenix, Miami, then LA, Vegas. Saturday night at 7:30 on Merit TV.
Well, fans, if you want to visit a TCL Team Boxing League event near you, be sure to scan the QR code on your screen for tickets to our upcoming schedule. Next week, Team Boxing League heads back to Nashville, Tennessee to see an Eastern showdown between Atlanta and Nashville. And then it's on to Philadelphia, where it's an action-packed doubleheader ending with an East Coast showdown between the Philadelphia Smoke and the Miami Assassins. All the action can be seen live in person or, of course, right here on Merit TV. We welcome you back inside our studios. Justin Shackle, Claudia Trejos with you. San Antonio in front, 153-147. Houston staring 0-6 down right in the face. 8 rounds to make a move. Time is precious right now.
Yes, it is indeed. And we only have just a couple of rounds to establish. The gap has gotten shorter than wider, but the truth of the matter is I was expecting more from Tavares Barnes. He was the anchor of this team. He was not only supposed to take the win, but also inject that energy, positivity to a Houston team that has been battling for just one win. 5-0, that's going to be difficult to overcome.
Well, San Antonio's built this lead because they took the last 3 rounds in the middle rounds. Let's take you through the middle round highlights, brought to you by the Balance of Nature. And we stick with the siblings here. Round number 9, Julie Rodriguez, Britton Hart, and Rodriguez picking up where she left off from round number 1.
And beautifully executed. I mean, behind that jab, doubling it up, just closing the gap, going for that fight in short distance. She is good in every single range. She is a star in the making. I see a very bright future for this young lady.
And then her brother, Israel Rodriguez, as we look to round number 11. That's Israel Rodriguez in the opposing team's trunk.
Yeah.
Houston 135-pounder. He and Javier Fernandez. Tell you what, we talked about it. This would make a great regular boxing match because they deserve more rounds against one another.
I agree. I could see a 3rd, 4th, 5th because the dynamic from the first round was very much Israel being the bull and just going at Fernandez. This was back and forth, really fine-tuning great boxing skills.
It's tough luck for Fernandez in the TCL. You only get 1 round, so he gets shut out tonight. Israel Rodriguez, a 2-round winner. As we take a look at the money round fight card for you, and we will see Aguilera and Minor for a second time tonight. We will also see Barnes and Spiller for a second time tonight. A pair of heavyweight showdowns in the money rounds. Let's get the action started. Go back inside Boeing Center at Techport with Patrick Creighton.
And it's time for the money rounds. Due to injury, Nelson Hampton is unable to compete. Round 17 will be scored 10-9 for San Antonio. The Snipers lead 163-156. This round brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round 18 is in the 205-pound plus division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, WBA Latino champion Nagi Dominican Dynamite Aguilera. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Leonardo Minor.
So round 17, Scratch Bates takes it 10-9 due to a cut for Hampton. And now we focus our attention on round number 18, Nagi Aguilera, Leonardo Minor. A matchup that initially took place in round 8, and Aguilera scored a knockdown. He wants another here, Claudia.
Yes.
Gosh, what a way to start.
Wasting no time. And if you think about it, this happened in round 8. Now we're in round 18. 10 rounds have gone by. So good, solid time. And yet Aguilera is just as agile and fast and dynamic in this round as he did in the first one. And again, he's telling me, Claudia, shush. Because I was not expecting this Nagi Aguilera show up.
His team can use another 10-8 round. That's for sure. They're down by 7 right now in the overall team score.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Nelson Hampton situation did not help. Not that he can control his own skin and say, I'm not going to get cut. That's gotta be tough, a tough pill to swallow. You see, that's the veteran in Nagy Aguilera, wrapping up that right hand and making sure he could use that free hand to do some damage on Leonardo Minor. Veteran move, seasoned move. Simple 1-2. Minor, yeah, sorry.
But effective.
Yes, but he was trying to put that right into that triangle. You see how Aguilera has those hands high?
Right hands landing there for
Yes.
Aguilera. Those are good exchanges. Minor getting a right hook in behind the guard of Aguilera.
Yeah, he tries to look for that triangle. He's not very effective. Then he just switches it up, going for the solar plexus for that 8. There's just not enough push in those punches. There's not enough weight in Minor's punches. Aguilera, you see how he sits into those punches, even though he's a little too flat. But watch his knees, nice and bent, anchoring.
40 seconds remain in round 18.
40 seconds is a lifetime of a fight.
Yes, it is, especially at the rate these two are going, with the way they are punching.
And Aguilera trying to use his own body weight just to put more pressure
You could
on
sense
Minor.
the fatigue setting in on both fighters here. It's like Aguilera maybe lost his footing. Big crack with the right hand by Aguilera. Minor continuing to throw. The second round gas out was in full effect near the end there.
Let's see. He couldn't connect that uppercut. Oh, nice exchange right there. Nobody really landed anything. Look at that. And to
That's
your
why
point,
they were so gassed.
Yes, but to your point, they're so gassed that at this point in time, they're not even thinking about where to connect. They're just throwing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a split decision. Our first judge scores this round 10-9 for Nagy Aguilera. Our second judge scores this round 10-9 for Leonardo Minor. Our third judge scores this round 10-9 for the winner via split decision out of the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Leonardo Minor.
Okay.
Fight fans, due to injury, James Earl is unable to compete. Therefore, round 19 will be scored 10-9 for San Antonio. The Snipers lead 183-174. Round 20 in the 160-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Rafael Igbokwe. And in the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, former Texas light heavyweight champion, Corey Snapback Cad.
So, Claudia, some of these rounds are getting scratched. It's not helping Houston whatsoever.
No.
I mean, when you think that they might take a step forward, they can't get on the right side of a split decision, and then you have rounds getting scratched.
So now we have Nelson Hampton, we have James Earl. So talk about being in the wrong side of the track. I mean, how frustrating is this?
Houston came to within 3 back in round 13. Now it is a 9-point cushion for San Antonio. Corey Catt will try and widen it even more. He picked up a 10-9 win over Rafael Igbokwe, which was questionable back in the launch rounds, that's for sure.
We mentioned it. We talked about it.
Not fully disagreeing with Catt coming away with the W, but it was close. You can make the case for Igbokwe.
Again, what do we value? It depends on the judge's preference. But Igbokwe, again, being the more aggressive, and it's Catt using his weight just to neutralize the aggression in Igbokwe. Just being the bigger man facilitates that.
Catt using the range, punching on the back foot. Now they tangle up against the ropes.
Good call on the ref. See again, Catt swinging, not connecting. Look right there in the corner. I know he's throwing punches, but that's not assertive aggression. If you're not at least at 50%, then what you're throwing is nothing.
It's going to show.
Yes.
And it is right now. 30 seconds to go in round number 20.
And yet the card does not reflect that.
San Antonio building on its 183-174 lead in round 20. Igbokwe trying to capture some late lightning in the 20th round. A pair of scratches and a split decision. It has not gone Houston's way thus far in the money rounds. We'll see what this round brings. Let's take a look at some of the action from round 20.
See, in the corner, throwing punches, nothing connects, and then he just uses his body weight. Igbokwe coming in a little low, leading with his head, but it's just chaos.
We have a split decision. Our first judge scores the round 10-9, Corey Catt. Our second judge scores the round 10-9, Rafael Igbokwe. Our third judge scores the round 10-9 for the winner via split decision in the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Corey Snapback Catt.
That's the fourth split decision of the event, Claudia. Houston won the first two in the middle rounds here. They've cost them more in the money rounds.
And just like that, we went from a 3-point deficit to a 10-point deficit.
Is in the 168-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Jaden Britton. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, 5-time Mississippi Golden Gloves champion, 2016 Olympic qualifier, Macro Hall Jr.
Here's round number 21, Macro Hall Jr. in the black trunks, Jaden Britton in the white trunks. Rather, Britton in the black trunks, Hall in the white trunks.
Jaden Britton took the first round. Let's see if he can continue. The young man, only 20 years of age, and showed a lot of composure against Macro Hall. We don't need to repeat the kind of experience he has.
When Britain won that round, that pulled Houston to within 3.
Exactly. And that was fight number 13. I mean, round number 13.
A lot has swayed towards San Antonio's favor ever since.
What is the likelihood of having 2 injuries and then obviously getting the score 10-9? Especially because it was still in a very competitive, pattern.
Back in round 13, these two fought at a stubbornly close range. They wanted to stay in front of one another.
And a much higher pace, too. Now, it's Britain who's trying to maintain that pace. I don't think Macro is willing to go into that exchange. Youth. Doubling up on that jab. Keeping Macro Hall at a distance.
Just over a minute to go in round 21.
But even the pace of this round went down compared to round number 13.
.45 seconds to go.
This is it.
This is what we were looking at in round 13.
Yes, sir, but now it's only 40 seconds. That's what happens when you have such a long period of time between the first and second time they meet each other.
Who has the longer motor here? The more powerful motor? Is it the 20-year-old Jaden Britton or the 30-year-old Macro Hall Jr.?
I'm going to say experience, because he doesn't need to be full throttle. He just needs to be effective. But you know who fills the eye better? Jaden Britton.
Yeah, he's fighting like a boxer whose team is down by 10 points.
Exactly. Hungry. Urgency. Let's see if the judges agree with us. Wouldn't that be nice for a change?
I was about to say, a rare occurrence.
Hey, I have faith. It can't happen, you know.
Clock's right twice a day.
Look at Britton laying it all. He's putting every single piece of meat on the barbecue.
By unanimous decision, by the score of 10-9. Out of the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Jaden Britton.
Told you.
There you go.
Everything is possible.
The winner of this round by unanimous decision by the score of 10-9 out of the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Jaden Britton. San Antonio leads 202-193. This round brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 22 is in the 205-pound plus division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Travaris the Bear Barnes. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Zachary Spiller.
What's going on in the corner? Oh.
Officials are on the apron for some reason.
Yes.
Well, now they're gone.
Okay. After all the happenings in the first couple of rounds, I was afraid.
Yeah,
that
you
they
hold
were
your
gonna-
breath.
Yeah.
You're right.
Let's see. Let's see if Barnes has what it takes to change the rhythm of Spiller.
Zachary Spiller picked up the win, his third of the season over Travaris Barnes back in round number 16.
Not much energy spent by Spiller. He's just, you know, circular motion with his forward foot planted and just allowing Barnes to keep going in and out.
He is blocking a lot of these shots, though.
Of course he is, because he sees them coming. Ooh.
Only a matter of time, maybe, before he put his foot on the gas.
That was a nice combination to the body. I'm surprised Barnes took it. Justin, I see an overhand right coming in from Spiller into the body of Tavoris Barnes. That overhand right comes with very good intentions.
Oh, Spiller caught him with that right hand. He moved Barnes back.
Just saying. He's not losing his cool. He puts him against the ropes. And I don't think Barnes is into fighting this too much. There's a lot of will in his soul, but how do you move Zachary Spiller? How do you move him? I know he weighed in at 205 pounds plus. I want to know what he weighs in today. How much?
There's a 6'4" southpaw heavyweight.
Coming at you with very bad intentions and looking for your body, which is exactly what he's doing right now.
Trying to go 4 for 4 against Tavoris Barnes. Cracks him with a left hook.
I think he's only 14 seconds away from doing that. 1-2 by Barnes. I give him so much credit because he does box beautifully. It's a 1-2, but he's a small heavyweight compared to somebody of the size, gargantuan size of Zachary Spiller.
Round comes to a close. Spiller looks to be on the path to another victory. That might have been the most effective shot of the round.
But look at Spiller. It's almost like a gnat. Like just, okay, enough.
Unanimous decision by the score of 10-9. Out of the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Tavoris the Bear Barnes.
I don't know what round they were watching.
I have
Antonio leads
no.
211-203. Round 23 is in the 126-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Martel the Menace Washburn. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, U.S. Army veteran and multi-time All-Army boxing team member, Daniel Bailey.
I mean, if you want to award fighters for just throwing their hands out, you could just be a puppeteer and pull some strings.
You said it. Let's just go back to round number 23. I really enjoy watching Daniel Bailey. So much structure to his boxing.
Picked up a 10-8 decision over Martel Washburn back in round number 2.
Talk about that last punch right before the bell went off. Beautiful. So that's why you see Washburn right now being a little hesitant and just maintaining his distance, making sure that Bailey doesn't get any closer.
Quickness, fluidity, fast twitch, all display in the 23rd round. Now an 8-point San Antonio lead. And they will break a 4-match skid, pick up their 2nd win of the season. If they have a chance, it is a slim one. They're going to have to win out. Again, Nashville's on their schedule next, followed by Boston.
Bailey just sitting on the ropes, setting Washburn up.
Talking to his team, taking his eyes off his opponent.
But did you hear what he said? He doesn't want to fight. Yeah, this is definitely not the best way to take a win. But he's doing his best. And then Martel is just trying to stay away. If this is what you're going to do, then why even bother? You have the opportunity to vindicate yourself, show your skills, make the adjustments, and he's not doing any of that. We have 30 seconds. He did not throw one punch. Not one. Martel Washburn decided to go for track and field today.
For 15 seconds until the race is over.
Okay. I saw a little something there. But he's definitely respecting Bailey's power, and this is the end of round 23.
Concludes it. Also getting word now that round 24 is going to be scratched. We're going to round 25. I believe Quinton Randall for Houston has opted to not fight, so that'll be a 10-7 round for San Antonio. We're going to get official confirmation from Patrick Creighton.
Wait, hold on a second, but why? He was not overpowered by Charles Gardner either.
It's a great question.
The winner of this round by unanimous decision by the score of 10-9 in the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Daniel Bailey. Fight fans, our scheduled round 24 is scratched as Quinton Randall has withdrawn from that round. It will be a 10-7 score for San Antonio. Our new round 24 will be in the 199-pound division. In the blue corner for the Houston Hitmen, Darnell Pierce. In the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Adrian Taylor.
All right, round number 25. Darnell Pierce for Houston, Adrian Taylor for San Antonio. They will round it out as the Snipers have gone up 231 to 219. But Bubba, I know you've been around this league for 3 seasons now. How often do you see flat-out withdrawals from fighters?
Well, you kind of see that a little bit later in the blowout. You know, you normally don't see it. It's kind of like, you know, we would look as the NBA playoffs are going on right now, or the championship, so to speak. It's kind of like that, you know, that dead time where, you know, you put the backups in. When the score gets so wide like this, there isn't really backups to put in. So a lot of these guys kind of, you know, say, hey, you know, my back hurts, my arm hurts, that twinge in my shoulder, you know. So a lot of these guys pull out when, you know, they don't really see that their fight can make a difference.
So it's scored a 10-7 win for Charles Gardner here.
Because of the withdrawal. But the other 2 injuries are a 10-9.
Right, because they cannot compete. This
because
is the
of
withdrawal.
The injury. Yeah. So they're penalized, not just because you're pulling out, but because it's a withdrawal.
Right.
Not even showing up into the ring. Why? I mean, we just... Anyway.
Yeah, and this is something that we've seen in the TCL before. You know, there are some times that, you know, you'll see Dewey Cooper, the president, get up and get mad and say, hey, you know, bring your guys out there, make sure you fight, because at the end of the year, the points matter, all the points matter. So there's guys that, you know, ducking the smoke or ducking that, you know, that last hard round or what they would feel like is you know, a round that doesn't really matter. You got to put your points out, you got to put your best guys out there, and you got to, as a team member, continue to fight even though it's out of range, because it's a team combat.
I agree. And I mean, if you're going to lose, then you lose with the shield on. You know, just get up there, do your best. Even if you think that you're not going to take a win, I would rather lose a 10-9 than lose a 10-7. But anyway.
Not only that, even if I'm going to, if it's team combat, so I can go out there and still get a victory. You know, my team can lose and we can have a bad night as a team. True. But if I go out there, you know, even if I had a bad round earlier, I can probably finish on a good note. Or if he beat me, I can get a win. Or if I won earlier, I can finish with 2 consecutive wins. It is team combat league, but the individual rounds got to have some pride for yourself. And I think that's what that's lacking a little bit. Sometimes these guys don't have enough pride to go out on your shield, as you were explaining.
Bubba, Justin, to my point, when you get to this stance, now we're easily going into 0-6 after this evening. There's something definitely not right in the chemistry of the team, not necessarily the individuals. When somebody that's an important member decides to just walk out.
Not a good look at the end for Houston as round 25 concludes.
Okay, there's your answer.
So the action concludes. San Antonio able to hold serve in their home arena. And they will pick up a second win here in the 2025 season.
Our first judge scores this round 10-9 for Adrian Taylor. Our second judge scores this round 10-9 for Darnell Pierce. Our third judge scores this round 10-9 for your winner out of the red corner for the San Antonio Snipers, Adrian Taylor. Your final score this evening, San Antonio 241, Houston 228. We'll be right back with our 3 stars.
So San Antonio gets back in the win column. They do it with their highest point total of 2025. They get the breaks. They stop several Houston fighters, pick up some extra points, and they come away with a 241-228 victory. We're back to talk about it after this. Stick with us.
Who doesn't like a good old-fashioned car check?
Get out of the car. How come you didn't stop? I don't want it.
As far as dumb drugs,
give you guys a couple minutes to get dressed.
What brought you guys all the way up here?
sex. It's just